Power on. Bluetooth connected. focus, energy, reaction, brain food. Well, I got something that's healthy and affordable and comes with many flavors. No dyes, 50 grams of caffeine, vitamins, amino acids, any flavors. No jitters, no crash. 50 grams. What you waiting for? You sitting here looking at me, looking tired and sleepy. So go to www.gg. Get you a starter pack. Comes with a shake cup. Tell them I sent you and get 10% off when you use my coupon code. Extra Mark to spot. Yes, sir. Tell them I sent you and get 10% off when you use my coupon code. Extra Mark to spot. Yes, sir. Tell them I sent you and get 10% off when you use my coupon code. You need focus, energy, reaction, brain food. 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 You need focus, energy, brain food. You need focus, energy, brain food. You need focus,
the defense to step up.
You're being kind.
Am I being kind?
Yeah, you're being kind.
You know, we're not just on TV and CBS. Lock into the end zone. Touchdown, Seahawks! Montali Foster Jr. 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 Here's the snap to him. Not running yet. Not running yet. And he's going to get taken down. His defense holds again. Isaiah Lance with the set. He's going to get taken down. His defense holds again. Isaiah Lance with the set. He's going to get taken down. His defense holds again. Isaiah Lance with the set. He's going to get taken down. His defense holds again. Isaiah Lance with the set. He's going to get taken down. His defense holds again. Isaiah Lance with the set. He's going to get taken down. His defense holds again. Isaiah Lance with the set. He's going to get taken down. His defense holds again. Isaiah Lance with the set. He's going to get taken down. His defense holds again. Isaiah Lance with the set. He's going to get taken down. His defense holds again. Isaiah Lance with the set. He's going to get taken down. His defense holds again. Isaiah Lance with the set.
He's been involved with some one-on-one and some 7-on-7, but they're hoping to get him in some team action and even into the game next week.
Connors, and he's in. Touchdown Rams. Dean Connors
some team action
gets the score.
And even into the game next week. Impressive punt return that the Rams had, and they took advantage of the field position.
Dean Connors gets the score.
Impressive punt return that the Rams had, and they took advantage of the field position.
The score.
Impressive punt return that the Rams had, and they took advantage of the field position.
The score.
Impressive punt return that the Rams had, and they took advantage of the field position.
The score.
Impressive punt return that the Rams had, and they took advantage of the field position.
The score.
Impressive punt return that the Rams had, and they took advantage of the field position.
The score.
Impressive punt return that the Rams had, and they took advantage of the field position.
The score.
Impressive punt return that the Rams had, and they took advantage of the field position.
The score.
Impressive punt return that the Rams had, and they took advantage of the field position.
The score.
Impressive punt return that the Rams had, and they took advantage of the field position.
Characters right now. Here's
A little trickery for Concepcion. He's working from the receiver spot on the rush, trying to get zone, and he does. Having this rookie, number 24 pick out of Texas A&M.
Yeah, it becomes just a ghost play around, and he's got a ton of speed. He drops it in college, but it's a quick hitting play, ends up becoming an outside zone run around, able to get to the speed to the pylon.
He had 7 drop
college, but it's a quick hitting play, ends up becoming an outside zone run around, able to get to the speed to the pylon.
He had 7 drop
college, but it's a quick hitting play, ends up becoming an outside zone run around, able to get to the speed to the pylon.
He had 7 drop
college, but it's a quick hitting play, ends up becoming an outside zone run around, able to get to the speed to the pylon.
He had 7 drop
college, but it's a quick hitting play, ends up becoming an outside zone run around, able to get to the speed to the pylon.
He had 7 drop
college, but it's a quick hitting play, ends up becoming an outside zone run around, able to get to the speed to the pylon.
He had 7 drop
college, but it's a quick hitting play, ends up becoming an outside zone run around, able to get to the speed to the pylon.
He had 7 drop
college, but it's a quick hitting play, ends up becoming an outside zone run around, able to get to the speed to the pylon.
He had 7 drop
college, but it's a quick hitting play, ends up becoming an outside zone run around, able to get to the speed to the pylon.
He had 7 drop
college, but it's a quick hitting play, ends up becoming an outside zone run around, able to get to the speed to the pylon.
He had 7 drop
college, but it's a quick hitting play, ends up becoming an outside zone run around, able to get to the speed to the pylon.
whatnot.
You can find insane deals on just about anything.
Everything is live chat, you feel me?
Brand new! Beautiful vintage condition.
Congrats, congrats, congrats.
And whatnot.
You can find insane deals on just about anything.
This is what I bought from Whatnot.
If you are not checking out Whatnot, you're missing out.
Congrats, congrats, congrats.
And whatnot.
You can find insane deals on just about anything.
This is
Tuesday
what I bought
edition
from
of
Whatnot.
PFT
If you are
Live.
not checking out Whatnot, you're missing out.
So, the Buffalo Bills have a new stadium. Looks great. Looks great. Tuesday edition of PFT Live. That's very good.
You're missing out.
So, open air, even better. Too many of these stadiums are domes now, which actually increases the advantage of the teams that play in the elements. Think about that. As more and more teams abandon playing in the elements for playing in domes, less teams are going to be prepared to go out and play in the elements.
Totally.
The Bills will continue to have that advantage with an even greater advantage as teams like the Browns and the Bears and the Chiefs. Less teams become dome teams.
Yeah.
So,
I'm with you. Wait,
That's
before
all
you
good.
go
Here's
on,
the bet.
before you go on,
We'll
I just want to say that too,
continue
because
to
I
have
wanted to
that
bring this up
advantage
yesterday, but
with an
you're
even
so
greater
right about that.
advantage
It's
as
going to be
teams
an
like the
advantage that's going to help
Browns
them.
and the
It is that.
Bears
And, you know, the other thing that's gone by, you know, the wayside a little bit is like with the grass and turf field we talk about, you can build your teams according to your surface the way you play. That was used to be a thing in the NFL. It stopped a little bit because you know artificial surfaces became so popular everywhere. But like teams like the Bears in the mid 2000s when I was playing, and the New England Patriots a little bit because you know artificial surfaces became so popular everywhere. But like teams like the Bears in the mid 2000s when I was playing, and the New England Patriots a little bit because you know artificial surfaces became so popular everywhere. But like teams like the Bears in the mid 2000s when I was playing, and the New England Patriots a little bit because you know artificial surfaces became so popular everywhere. But like teams like the Bears in the mid 2000s when I was playing, and the New England Patriots a little bit because you know artificial surfaces became so popular everywhere. But like teams like the Bears in the mid 2000s when I was playing, and the New England Patriots a little bit because you know artificial surfaces became so popular everywhere. But like teams like the Bears in the mid 2000s when I was playing, and the New England Patriots a little bit because you know artificial surfaces became so popular everywhere. But like teams, the grass was long. It's gonna be gross. It's gonna be a little slow because they were like, hey, we're big. We're gonna slow the game down, and we're just gonna make you be slower, and we're gonna whoop your ass because you're not going to be able to run away from us. The grass was long. And it helped their home field advantage. And that's being lost in this conversation, which I kind of find fascinating in this day of the artificial surfaces. And we're going to whoop your ass.
And beyond that,
which
we applaud the grass,
it helped their home field
open air.
advantage.
That's good.
That's being lost in this conversation, which I kind of find fascinating in this day of
we showed you some
artificial
pictures
surfaces.
yesterday, and those are all legitimate. Now, I don't know how this all played out on Monday. After the show, I got in touch with Derek Boyko, who's the head of PR there, and I said, hey, who can I talk to get a statement from about this issue with the seats? And I eventually spoke to Chief Operating Officer Pete Shwelly in the afternoon. He had a conference call at some point on Monday. I don't know if the conference call was before I talked to him to get a statement. I don't know if it was after about this issue with the seats. And I eventually spoke to Chief Operating Officer Pete Shwelly in the afternoon. He had a conference call at some point on Monday. I don't know if the conference call was before I talked to him to get a statement. I don't know if it was after about this issue with the seats. And I eventually spoke to Chief Operating Officer Pete Shwelly in the afternoon. afternoon. He had a conference call at some point on Monday. I don't know if the conference call was before I talked to him to get a statement. I don't know if it was after about this issue with the seats. And I eventually spoke to Chief Operating Officer Pete Schwelle in the afternoon. He had a conference call at some point on Monday. I don't know if the conference call was before I talked to him to get a statement. I don't know if it was after about this issue with the seats. And I eventually spoke to Chief Operating Officer Pete Schwelle in the afternoon. He had a conference call at some point on Monday. I don't know if the conference call was before I talked to him to get a statement. I don't know if it was after about this issue with the seats. And I eventually spoke to Chief Operating Officer Pete Schwelle in the afternoon. He had a conference call at some point on Monday. I don't know if the conference call was before I talked to him to get a statement. I don't know if it was after about this issue with the seats. And I eventually spoke to Chief Operating Officer Pete Schwelle in the afternoon. He had a conference call at some point on Monday. I don't know if the conference call was before I talked to him to get a statement. I don't know if it was after about this issue with the
Nothing beats a Jet2 holiday. And right now, you can save...
Y'all going crazy! A whole 24-pack of cans? Y'all know how heavy them packs is? I ain't gonna lie to y'all accuracy off because y'all ain't jamming y'all fingers in the little cardboard part at the top. And whoever threw the Modelo is diabolical. That landed on her toes. Y'all know how heavy them packs is?
Nothing beats a Jet2 holiday. And right now, you can save...
Y'all going crazy! And whoever threw the Modelo is diabolical. That landed on her toes. Y'all know how heavy them packs is?
Nothing beats a Jet2 holiday. And right now, you can save...
Y'all going crazy! And whoever threw the Modelo is diabolical. That landed on her toes. Y'all know how heavy them packs is?
Nothing beats a Jet2 holiday. And right now, you can save...
Y'all going crazy! And whoever threw the Modelo is diabolical. That landed on her toes. Y'all know how heavy them packs is?
Nothing beats a Jet2 holiday. And right now, you can save...
Y'all going crazy! And whoever threw the Modelo is diabolical. That landed on her toes. Y'all know how heavy them packs is?
Nothing beats a Jet2 holiday. And right now, you can save...
Y'all going crazy! And whoever threw the Modelo is diabolical. That landed on her toes. Y'all know how heavy them packs is?
Nothing beats a Jet2 holiday. And right now, you can save...
Y'all going crazy! And whoever threw the Modelo is diabolical. That landed on her toes. Y'all know how heavy them packs is?
Nothing beats a Jet2 holiday. And right now, you can save...
Y'all going crazy! And whoever threw the Modelo is diabolical. That landed on her toes. Y'all know how heavy them packs is?
Nothing beats a Jet2 holiday. And right now, you can save...
Y'all going crazy! And whoever threw the Modelo is diabolical. That landed on her toes. Y'all know how heavy them packs is? Y'all going crazy! And whoever threw the Modelo is diabolical. That landed on her toes. Y'all know how heavy them packs is?
guys okay?
We're fine.
Is there anyone still inside?
No.
Yes, babe, my mom's still in there.
Oh, sorry. Yes, my mother-in-law is still in the house.
Please go get her.
Please go get her.
Please hurry.
Yes, please hurry and save her. We're fine.
Is there anyone
do you know
still
where?
inside?
What room?
She's probably in the basement.
Maybe not. Maybe she's not.
Check
Sorry,
the basement.
yes,
Her
my
bedroom is in
mother-in-law
the
still
basement.
house.
She's sleeping in there.
Yeah, she moved in like a year
Please
ago. We
go get
turned the basement into a little apartment for her. Used to be my man cave.
Yes,
Now it's her bedroom. Check there.
Does anybody have keys?
I think I have the keys.
Check the basement. Give the key. Her bedroom is in the basement. She's sleeping in there.
Yeah, she moved in like a year ago.
Ready to break it down!
Yeah, we have a forensics team come in. They'll determine exactly how the fire started.
Bedroom. Check there. That's awesome.
I'm gonna bring your mother out.
Be careful. Be careful. Play it safe, brother.
Are you okay?
Oh, yeah, don't I look okay sitting here in a burning house? Yeah, I'm just ducky. I've been calling 911 for a couple of hours.
We need to get you out of here.
For the last 2 hours. Don't I look okay sitting here in a burning house? Yeah,
Ma'am,
ducky. I've been
I am
calling 911
so
for
sorry, but
a
her
couple of
mother,
hours.
she burned to death.
Oh my God.
Her corpse is being cremated as we speak, burning to
2
ash.
Oh man.
Ma'am, I am so sorry, but her mother, she burned to death.
Oh my God.
Her corpse is being cremated as we speak, burning to ash.
Oh man.
You guys okay?
We're fine.
Is there anyone still inside?
No.
Yes, babe, my mom's still in there.
Oh, sorry. Yes, my mother-in-law is still in the house.
Please go get her.
Please.
Her corpse is being cremated as we speak, burning to ash.
Oh man.
You guys okay?
We're fine.
Is there anyone still inside?
No.
Yes, babe, my mom's still in there.
Oh, sorry. Yes, my mother-in-law is still in the house.
Please go get her.
Please.
Her corpse is being cremated as we speak, burning to ash.
Oh man.
You guys okay?
We're fine.
Is there anyone still inside?
No.
Yes, babe, my mom's still in there.
Oh, sorry. Yes, my mother-in-law is still in the house.
Please go get her.
Please.
Her corpse is being cremated as we speak, burning to ash.
Oh man.
You guys okay?
We're fine.
Is there anyone still inside?
No.
Yes, babe, my mom's still in there.
Oh, sorry. Yes, my mother-in-law is still in the house.
Someone told me that this is immature of me. I feel as though that you shouldn't be hanging around.
You guys okay?
We're fine.
Is there anyone still inside?
No.
Yes, babe, my mom's still in there.
Oh, sorry. Yes, my mother-in-law is still in the house.
Someone told me that this is immature of me. I feel as though that you shouldn't be hanging around.
You guys okay?
We're fine.
Is there anyone still inside?
No.
Yes, babe, my mom's still in there.
Oh, sorry. Yes, my mother-in-law is still in the house.
Someone told me
You
that
focused on your career.
I feel as though that you shouldn't be hanging around.
You guys okay?
We're fine.
Is there anyone still inside?
No.
Yes, babe, my mom's still in there.
Oh, sorry. Yes, my mother-in-law is still in the house.
Someone told me
You
that
focused on your career.
I feel as though that you shouldn't be hanging around.
You guys okay?
We're fine.
Is there anyone still inside?
No.
Yes, babe, my mom's still in there.
Oh, sorry. Yes, my mother-in-law is still in the house.
Someone told me
You
that
focused on your career.
I feel as though that you shouldn't be hanging around.
You guys okay?
We're fine.
Is there anyone still inside?
No.
Yes, babe, my mom's still in there.
Oh, sorry. Yes.
Focused on dealing with the wrong dudes, the wrong guys in your youth. You did not prioritize marriage in your youth because you wanted to live a different kind of life. You wanted to eat sushi and travel and this and that and cool. You wanted to do all that. And then you wanted to turn around at 30 years old or at 35 years old with your frozen ass eggs and everything else. And you wanted to turn to the market and you wanted to, and cool. You wanted to do all that. And then you wanted to turn around at 30 years old or at 35 years old with your frozen ass eggs and everything else. And you wanted to turn to the market and you wanted to, and cool. You wanted to do all that. And then you wanted to turn around at 30 years old or at 35 years old with your frozen ass eggs and everything else. And you wanted to turn to the market and you wanted to, and cool. You wanted to do all that. And then you wanted to turn around at 30 years old or at 35 years old with your frozen ass eggs and everything else. And you wanted to turn to the market and you wanted to, and cool. You wanted to do all that. And then you wanted to turn around at 30 years old or at 35 years old with your frozen ass eggs and everything else. And you wanted to turn to the market and you wanted to, and cool. You wanted to do all that. And then you wanted to turn around. You focused on your career. You focused on dealing with the wrong dudes, the wrong guys in your youth.
You did not prioritize marriage in your youth because you wanted to live a different kind of life. You wanted to eat sushi and travel and this and that and cool. You wanted to do all that. And then you wanted to turn around at 30 years old or at 30 with your frozen ass eggs and everything else, and you wanted to turn to the market and you wanted to pick up investment, do all that, and then you wanted to turn around at 30 years old or at 30 with your frozen ass eggs and everything else, and you wanted to turn to the market and you wanted to pick up investment, do all that, and then you wanted to turn around at 30 years old or at 30 with your frozen ass eggs and everything else, and you wanted to turn to the market and you wanted to pick up investment, do all that, and then you wanted to turn around at 30 years old or at 30 with your frozen ass eggs and everything else, and you wanted to turn to the market and you wanted to pick up investment, do all that, and then you wanted to turn around at 30 years old or at 30 with your frozen ass eggs and everything else, and you wanted to turn to the market and you wanted to pick up investment, do all that, and then you wanted to turn around at 30 years old or at 30 with your frozen ass eggs and everything else, and you wanted to turn to the market and you wanted to pick up investment, do all that, and then you wanted to turn around at 30 years old or at 30 with your frozen ass eggs and everything else, and you wanted to turn to the market and you wanted to pick up investment, do all that, and then you wanted to turn around at 30 years old or at 30 with your frozen ass eggs and everything else, and you wanted to turn to the market and you wanted to pick up investment, do all that, and then you wanted to turn around at 30 years old or at 30 with your frozen ass eggs and everything else, and you wanted to turn to the market and you wanted to pick up investment, do all that, and then you wanted to turn around at 30 years old or at 30 with your frozen ass eggs and everything else, and you wanted to turn to the market and you wanted to pick up investment, do all that, and then you wanted to turn around at 30 years old or at 30 with your frozen ass eggs and everything else, and you wanted to turn to the market and you wanted to pick up investment, do all that, and then you wanted to turn around at 30 years old or at 30 with your frozen ass eggs and everything else, and you wanted to turn to the market and you wanted to pick up investment, do all that.
I deserve money because I'm intelligent.
So, every intelligent person, are you a member of Mensa?
What's Mensa? I deserve money because I'm intelligent. I deserve.
So, every intelligent person, are you a member of Mensa?
What's Mensa? I deserve money because I'm intelligent. I deserve.
So, every intelligent person, are you a member of Mensa?
What's Mensa? I deserve money because I'm intelligent. I deserve money because I'm intelligent.
So, every intelligent person, are you a member So. of Mensa?
What's Mensa? I deserve money.
Every
because
intelligent
I'm
person, are you a member of
intelligent.
Mensa?
Money because I'm intelligent. What's Mensa?
The Society for Genius Level
So.
Intellects.
What's Mensa? I deserve money.
Every intelligent person, are you
Oh,
a member
well,
of
I've
Mensa?
never heard of this. Because I'm
Hmm.
intelligent. What's
Right.
Mensa?
The Society for Genius Level. Let's just follow your line of thought. Intelligent people deserve money.
Like
Every
me,
intelligent person, are you
Oh,
a member
well,
of
I've
Mensa?
never heard of this.
You said you deserve money because you're intelligent.
Yes, I believe I
Let's
can.
just follow your line of thought. Intelligent people deserve money.
Like me, I.
Person, are you
Oh,
a
well,
member-
I've never heard of this.
You said you deserve money because you're intelligent.
Yes, I believe I
Let's
can.
just follow your line of thought. Intelligent people deserve money.
Like me, I. Oh, well,
No, no,
I've
no,
never
no.
heard of this.
You said you deserve money because you're intelligent.
Yes, I believe I can.
Let's just follow your line of thought. Intelligent people deserve money.
Like me, I. Oh, well,
No, no,
I've
no,
never
no.
heard of this.
You said you deserve money because you're intelligent.
Yes, I believe I can.
Let's just follow your line of thought. Intelligent people deserve money.
Like me, I. Oh, well,
No, no,
I've
no,
never
no.
heard of this.
You said you deserve money because you're intelligent.
Yes, I believe I can.
Let's just follow your line of thought. Intelligent people deserve money.
Like me, I. Oh, well, I've never heard of this.
You said you deserve money because you're intelligent.
Yes, I believe I can.
Let's just follow your line of thought. Intelligent people deserve money.
Like me, I. Oh, well, I've never heard of this.
You said you deserve money because you're intelligent.
Yes, I believe I can.
Let's just follow your line of thought. Intelligent people deserve money.
Like me, I. Oh, well, I've never heard of this.
You said you deserve money because you're intelligent.
Yes, I believe I can.
Let's just follow your line of thought. Intelligent people deserve money.
Like me, I. Oh, well, I've never heard of this.
You said you deserve money because you're intelligent.
Yes, I believe I can.
Let's just follow your line of thought. Intelligent people deserve money.
Like me, I. Oh, well, I've never heard of this.
You said you deserve money because you're intelligent.
Yes, I believe I can.
Let's just follow your line of thought. Intelligent people deserve money.
Handle money.
Okay. What's the
A
most
lot of
money
it.
what is the most money you've ever earned?
My MAC Cosmetics campaign in 2019, I was paid $20,000.
Okay.
Handle money.
Okay. And where is that money at right
What's
now?
the
What's
most
the most
money
money
you-
you What's the most
Well,
money you've ever
invested
earned?
some of it. My MAC
And
Cosmetics
I
campaign
spent some
in
of it.
2019, I
All
was
right, so
paid
2019 you got
$20,000.
$20,000 in a lump sum payment.
Handle money. Correct.
Okay, and where is that money at?
I
right now?
deserve money
Well,
because I'm
invested
intelligent. Some of it. My MAC
Okay,
Cosmetics
I spent
campaign
some
in
of it.
2019,
All
I
right,
was
so
paid
2019
$20,000.
you got $20,000 in a lump sum payment.
Handle money. Correct.
Okay, and where is that money at?
I
right now?
deserve money because I'm intelligent. Some of it. My MAC
Okay,
Cosmetics
I
campaign
spent some
in
of it.
2019,
All
I
right,
was
so
paid
2019 you got
$20,000.
$20,000 in a lump sum payment.
Handle money. Correct.
Okay, and where is that money at?
I
right now?
deserve money because I'm intelligent. Some of it. My MAC
Okay,
Cosmetics
I
campaign
spent some
in
of it.
2019,
All
I
right,
was
so
paid
2019
$20,000.
you got $20,000 in a lump sum payment.
Handle money. Correct.
Okay, and where is that money at?
I deserve money because I'm intelligent. Some of it. My MAC
Okay,
Cosmetics
I spent
campaign
some
in
of it.
2019,
All
I
right,
was
so
paid
2019
$20,000.
you got $20,000 in a lump sum payment.
Handle money. Correct.
Okay, and where is that money at?
I deserve money because I'm intelligent. Some of it. My MAC
Okay,
Cosmetics campaign in 2019,
All
I
right,
was
so
paid
2019
$20,000.
you got $20,000 in a lump sum payment.
Handle money. Correct.
Okay, and where is that money at?
I deserve money because I'm intelligent. Some of it. My
Okay,
MAC Cosmetics campaign in 2019,
all
I
right,
was
so
paid
2019 you got $20,000 in a lump sum payment.
Correct. I deserve money because I'm intelligent. Some of it. And I spent 2019.
Right, so 2019, you got $20,000 in a lump sum payment.
Correct. I deserve money because I'm intelligent. Some of it. And I spent 2019.
Right, so 2019, you got $20,000 in a lump sum payment.
Correct. I deserve money because I'm intelligent. Some of it. And I spent 2019.
Right, so 2019, you got $20,000 in a lump sum payment.
Correct. I deserve money because I'm intelligent. And I spent 2019.
Right, so 2019, you got $20,000 in a lump sum payment.
Correct. I deserve money because I'm intelligent. And I spent
Joan, nigga.
What you got going on, huh? Yeah, no, for real, for real. He just What you got going on, huh? Yeah, no, for real, for real. Cause a milkshake on your milkshake is diabolical. It's time to just go in the house and lay down. Yeah, no, for real. Yeah, no. Jones, because the milkshake on your milkshake is diabolical. It's time to just go in the house and lay down. Yeah, no, for real.
You can expect us to be wifey material for some women.
It's conditional femininity.
I don't think so.
Hold on, no.
You can
See, a
expect
woman
us
who's
to be
feminine is
wifey
feminine regardless if the man around her is trying to marry her or he's just the guy who's delivering her groceries. I don't know what you ladies get off talking about. Well, I can act right for the right man. You need to act right for the men who built the world that you live in. Because we're all just the guy who's delivering. You just need to act better for the one that's taking care of you. I don't know what you ladies get off
You
talking
can
about.
expect us to be wifey.
You need to act right for the men who built the world that you live in. Because we're all just the guy who's delivering. You just need to act better for the one that's taking care of you.
You can expect us to be wifey.
You need to act right for the men who built the world that you live in. We're all just the guy who's delivering. You just need to act better for the one that's taking care of you.
You can expect us to be wifey.
You need to act right for the men who built the world that you live in. We're all just the guy who's delivering. You just need to act better for the one that's taking care of you.
You can expect us to be wifey.
You need to act right for the men who built the world that you live in. We're all just the guy who's delivering. You just need to act better for the one that's taking care of you.
You can expect us to be wifey.
You need to act right for the men who built the world that you live in. We're all just the guy who's delivering. You just need to act better for the one that's taking care of you.
Expect us to be wifey.
Spicy. 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 Spicy.
Back at their own 20-yard. 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 Back at their own 20-yard.
Yo, what up, Attila? You actually got bigger than me. Remember Divine? This is go by Prince Rakeem, so it's video on the box. Yo, what up, Attila? You bring my shit in it this morning. Summer? Whole time that was locked up. You didn't put a single cent commissary out. Oh shit! Summer, whole time that was locked up. You didn't put a single cent commissary out. Summer, whole time that was locked up. You didn't put a single cent.
This.
The real guys. Whole time that was locked up. You didn't put a single cent.
This.
The real guys. Whole time that was locked up. You didn't put a single cent.
This.
The real guys.
This.
The real guys.
This.
The real guys.
Except what?
That Mike is going to die.
No. No, I don't accept that. Ever.
What you're asking crosses the line. It is completely unethical.
So what? I'm crossing the line. You're crossing the line. The whole damn system crossing the line. Who cares? Maybe you don't understand what I'm talking. I don't accept that. I don't give a damn. Ever. My son's gonna live.
Crosses the line.
Maybe you guys haven't figured that out by now. I'll do whatever I gotta do for him to live.
So what are you gonna do?
The damn system crossing the line. Who cares?
You're gonna shoot me if I don't operate?
Accept that. I don't give a damn. Ever. My son's gonna live.
Myself.
Maybe you guys haven't figured that out by now. I'll do whatever I gotta do for
Let's
him
just
to
see what
live.
happens. So what are you gonna do?
I mean, that's what this is all
You're gonna
about,
shoot
right?
me if I
He
don't
needs a
operate?
donor. Somebody's got to die in order for him. I'm his father. It's me.
Myself.
Maybe you guys haven't figured that out by now. I'll do whatever I gotta do for
Let's
him
just
to
see what
live.
happens. So what are you gonna do?
I mean, that's what this is all about, right? He needs a donor. Somebody's
All
got to
right.
die in order for him.
Except what?
I'm his father. It's me.
Myself.
Maybe you guys haven't figured that out by now. I'll do whatever I gotta do for
Let's
him
just
to
see what
live.
happens. So what are you gonna do?
I mean, that's what this is all about, right? He needs a donor. Somebody's
All
got to
right.
die in order for him.
Except what?
I'm his father. It's me.
Myself.
Maybe you guys haven't figured that out by now. I'll do whatever I gotta do for
Let's
him
just
to
see what
live.
happens. So what are you gonna do?
I mean, that's what this is all about, right? He needs a donor. Somebody's
All
got to
right.
die in order for him.
Except what?
I'm his father. It's me.
Myself.
Maybe you guys haven't figured that out by now. I'll do whatever I gotta do for
Let's
him
just
to
see what
live.
happens. So what are you gonna do?
I mean, that's what this is all about, right? He needs a donor. Somebody's
All
got to
right.
die in order for him.
Except what?
I'm his father. It's me.
Myself.
Maybe you guys haven't figured that out by now. I'll do whatever I gotta do for
Let's
him
just
to
see what
live.
happens. So what are you gonna do?
I mean, that's what this is all about, right? He needs a donor. Somebody's
All
got
right.
to die in order for him.
Okay, clear.
It's me. Maybe you guys haven't figured that out by now. I'll do whatever I gotta do for him to live. I mean, that's what this is all about, right? He needs a donor. Somebody's
All
got
right.
to die in order for him.
Okay, so and Kay, we went over the rules in the dressing room. I remind you to follow my commands, protect yourself at all times. Just listen up on the low blows. Both of you were going to go from the middle of the letters and up are legal punches. Good luck to you both.
Main event starts now from Atlanta, Georgia. This for the WBC and WBA middleweight championships of the world.
What to watch early on with Kay Scott is, can she stay on that front foot? She is not going to be successful against Claressa Shields fighting off that back foot. We saw it in Claressa's last fight with Franchon Cruz Missouri. Franchon wanted to be a front foot fighter, but just couldn't seem to keep the pressure of Claressa Shields off. We're already, I think, seeing evolution of Claressa Shields. She's sitting down on this fight.
And I'm surprised that Scott's exchanging hooks with her so early. Coming up on the forehead of Kay Scott.
Problems before.
That's going to turn into a hematoma. It's already flowing. Coming up on the forehead of Kay Scott.
Problems before.
That's going to turn into a hematoma. It's already flowing. Coming up on the forehead of Kay Scott.
Problems before.
That's going to turn into a hematoma. It's already flowing. Coming up on the forehead of Kay Scott.
Problems before.
It's a dangerous world. 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 dangerous world.
Islam Makhachev versus Ian Gary squared off. Islam Makhachev versus Ian Gary off at UFC 330. Makhachev set the tone early by securing a single leg takedown 90 seconds into the opening round, pinning Gary against the cage, dominating the clinch with heavy knees to the legs. In the second round, Makhachev floored Gary with a right hook followed by a high kick, then executed a head and arm throw to control top position and rain down elbows from side control, pinning Gary guards. Gary shifted momentum in the third, maintaining his distance and punishing Makhachev with crisp jabs, oblique kicks, and heavy body strikes as the champion began to slow down. Continued his striking success in the fourth round, landing stiff jabs and body kicks while defending against several of Makhachev's single-leg attempts to keep the bout competitive. With the fight on the line in the final round, Gary connected with front kicks and straight rights before secured a critical takedown along the fence. Makhachev quickly took Gary's back, locked in a body triangle, and controlled the remainder of the contest on the mat with strikes to seal the victory. At the conclusion of 5 rounds, Islam Makhachev successfully defended the UFC welterweight title with a unanimous decision victory over Ian Machado. Gary, thanks for watching. Don't forget to share and subscribe for more exciting fight news and updates. At the conclusion of 5 rounds, Islam Makhachev successfully defended the UFC welterweight title with a unanimous decision victory over Ian Machado. Gary, thanks for watching. Don't forget to share and subscribe for more exciting fight news and updates. At the conclusion of 5 rounds, Islam Makhachev successfully defended the UFC welterweight title with a unanimous decision victory over Ian Machado. Gary, thanks for watching.
Man, even when Islam Makhachev is checked.
For more exciting fight news and updates. At the conclusion of 5 rounds, Islam Makhachev successfully defended the UFC welterweight title with a unanimous decision victory over Ian Machado. Gary, thanks for watching.
Man, even when Islam Makhachev is checked.
For more exciting fight news and updates. At the conclusion of 5 rounds, Islam Makhachev successfully defended the UFC welterweight title with a unanimous decision victory over Ian Machado. Gary, thanks for watching.
Man, even when Islam Makhachev is checked.
For more exciting fight news and updates. At the conclusion of 5 rounds, Islam Makhachev successfully defended the UFC welterweight title with a unanimous decision victory over Ian Machado. Gary, thanks for watching.
Man, even when Islam Makhachev is checked.
For more exciting fight news and updates. At the conclusion of 5 rounds, Islam Makhachev successfully defended the UFC welterweight title with a unanimous decision victory over Ian Machado. Gary, thanks for watching.
Man, even when Islam Makhachev is checked.
For more exciting fight news and updates. At the conclusion of 5 rounds, Islam Makhachev successfully defended the UFC welterweight title with a unanimous decision victory over Ian Machado. Gary, thanks for watching.
Man, even when Islam Makhachev is checked.
For more exciting fight news and updates. At the conclusion of 5 rounds, Islam Makhachev successfully defended the UFC welterweight title with a unanimous decision victory over Ian Machado. Gary, thanks for watching.
Man, even when Islam Makhachev is checked.
For more exciting fight news and updates. At the conclusion of 5 rounds, Islam Makhachev successfully defended the UFC welterweight title with a unanimous decision victory over Ian Machado. Gary, thanks for watching.
Man, even when Islam Makhachev is checked.
For more exciting fight news and updates. At the conclusion of 5 rounds, Islam Makhachev successfully defended the UFC welterweight title with a unanimous decision victory over Ian Machado. Gary, thanks for watching.
Man, even when Islam Makhachev is checked.
For more exciting fight news and updates. At the conclusion of 5 rounds, Islam Makhachev successfully defended the UFC welterweight title with a unanimous decision victory over Ian Machado. Gary, thanks for watching.
Man, even when Islam Makhachev is checked.
Ray J? Ray J? Bad motherfucker. Too late. Hey, him. Yeah. Huh? Okay. What's up, champ? Too late. Are they fighting already? Oh. What other coach? Yeah. Huh? Okay. Yeah.
Just stay right here. So when he's hacking around, and then just tell him what to do.
Oh.
What other coach? Yeah.
That's the coach.
Huh?
Yeah.
Just stay right here. So when he's hacking around, and then just tell him what to do.
Oh.
What other coach?
Let's go, Ray J.
Just stay right here.
Hey.
What other coach?
Let's go, Ray J. That's a drop. That's a drop. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Vodka. Easy work. Vodka. Let's go, Ray J. That's a drop. That's a drop. 1, 2, 3. Get on, bro. Get on, bro. Vodka. Easy work. Vodka.
Nah, say it.
Get on, bro. Get on, bomb. Again. Bomb. Bomb, yeah. Vodka. Get on, again. Bomb. That's it, baby. That's it. That's it. That's it, baby. Bomb, yeah.
I'm sorry.
Get on, again. Bomb. That's it, baby. Bomb. There you go.
I'm sorry. Oh, he threw.
Bomb. There you go.
Okay. Oh, he threw.
Right down the middle. There you go. There you go, Ray.
Okay.
There you go,
Okay.
Ray. There you go, Ray.
Oh, he threw.
Right down the middle. There you go. There you go, Ray.
Okay.
There you go, Ray. There you go, Ray. Yeah. Yeah. There you go, Ray. There you go, Ray. There you go, Ray. Yeah. Yeah. There you go, Ray. There you go. Yeah. Yeah. There you go, Ray. There you go. What up? What up? Phil! Hey, Phil, what's up? What up? What up?
The Weather decided to participate and added the final touch. It would seem everything is under control. No turns,
decided to
and suddenly
participate and
a curve.
added the final touch.
It would seem everything is under control. No turns, and suddenly a curve. Final touch. In moments like these, the main thing is not to panic and not to engage in a confrontation with public transport. In moments like these, the main thing is not to panic and not to engage in a confrontation with public transport. The first few seconds looked promising, but then something went up. I suppose each of us has days when everything literally drops from our hands. The first few seconds looked promising, but then something went up. I suppose each of us has days when everything literally drops from our hands. They thought they were rehearsing in front of a mirror, but they put on a show for a random spectator. I suppose each of us has days when everything literally drops from our hands. It's not hard to guess where so many potholes come from. The track literally preserves the history of wipeouts. It's not hard to guess where so many potholes come from. The track literally preserves the history of wipeouts.
There are things that are absolutely impossible to believe. And how could this even happen?
It's not hard to guess where so many potholes come from. The track literally preserves the history. A vacuum cleaner in hands, a calm setting.
There are things that are absolutely impossible to believe. And how could this even happen?
It's not hard to guess where so many potholes come from. The track literally preserves the history. A vacuum cleaner in hands, a calm setting.
There are things that are absolutely impossible to believe. And how could this even happen?
It's not hard to guess where so many potholes come from. And suddenly, an emergency course on firefighting. In hands, a calm setting. Even at the start, it looked like a guaranteed fail of a plan. Course on firefighting. From the outside, the plan looked quite workable, only up until the moment an acrobatic trick had to be performed. Even at the start, it looked like a guaranteed fail of the plan. Course on firefighting. No matter what is happening around, when operating a vehicle, you always need to keep your eyes on the road. Until the moment an acrobatic trick had to be performed. Even at the start, it looked like a guaranteed fail. No matter what is happening around, when operating a vehicle, you always need to keep your eyes on the road until the moment an acrobatic trick had to be performed. No matter what is happening around, when operating a vehicle, you always need to keep your eyes on the road. It was enough to leave the little one alone in the car, and an activity was found instantly. No matter what is happening around, when operating a vehicle, it was enough to leave the little one alone in the car, and an activity was found instantly. Not only did he fail to lower the dump bed, but a traffic light also happened to be in the way. It was enough to leave the little one alone in the car, and an activity was found instantly. Not only did he fail to lower the dump bed, but a traffic light also happened to be in the way. It was enough to leave the little one alone in the car. Instantly. Not only did he fail to lower the dump bed, but a traffic light also happened to be in the way. A great demonstration of exactly how you shouldn't do it. A great demonstration of exactly how you shouldn't do it. A great demonstration of exactly how you shouldn't do it. His colleagues honestly tried to catch him, but events unfolded far too quickly.
To be honest, I'm speechless after witnessing it. What?
His colleagues honestly tried to catch him, but events unfolded far too quickly. That moment when the girl realized not all adults should be trusted,
To be honest,
especially
I'm
when it comes
speechless
to
after
boats.
witnessing it. What?
His colleagues honestly tried to catch him, but events unfolded. When the day goes wrong, even a regular pizza delivery can end unexpected somersaults should be trusted, especially when it comes to boats. When the day goes wrong, even a regular pizza delivery handing over the watch turned out to be a much trick than the jump into the water itself. Handing over the watch turned out to be a much trick than the jump into the water itself. Fortunately, not all sports equipment can withstand such zeal. Handing over the watch turned out to be a much trick than the jump into the Alas, far from all of this cargo. Fortunately, not all sports equipment can withstand such zeal. Handing over the watch turned out to be a much We'll make it to the Alas, far from all of this cargo. Fortunately, not all sports equipment can withstand such zeal. Handing over the watch. We'll make it to the Alas, far from all of this cargo. Fortunately, not all sports equipment can withstand such zeal. We'll make it to the Alas, far from all of this cargo.
Okay. Okay. Hold on, wait, no! Hold on, wait, okay, alright, hold on, wait, okay. Did you not turn? Oh my god! Okay. Okay. Hold on, wait, no! Hold on, wait, okay, alright, hold on, wait, okay. Did you not turn? Oh my god! Okay. Okay. Hold on, wait, no! Hold on, wait, okay, alright.
My God. It's one thing to see such a reptile on TV, and quite another to come face with it. Unsurprisingly, what was happening quickly turned into commotion. My God. It's one thing to see such a reptile on TV, and quite another to come face with it. Unsurprisingly, what was happening quickly turned into commotion. My God. It's one thing to see such a reptile on TV, and quite another to come face with it. Unsurprisingly, what was happening quickly turned into commotion. My God. It's one thing to see such a reptile on TV, and quite another to come face with it. Unsurprisingly, what was happening quickly turned into commotion. My God. It's one thing to see such a reptile on TV, and quite another to come face with it. Unsurprisingly, what was happening quickly turned into commotion. My God. It's one thing to see such a reptile on TV, and quite another to come face with it. Unsurprisingly, what was happening quickly turned into commotion. My God. It's one thing to see such a reptile on TV, and quite another to come face with it. Unsurprisingly, what was happening quickly turned into commotion. My God. It's one thing to see such a reptile on TV, and quite another to come face with it. Unsurprisingly, what was happening quickly turned into commotion. My God. It's one thing to see such a reptile on TV, and quite another to come face with it. Unsurprisingly, what was happening quickly turned into commotion. It's one thing to see such a reptile on TV, and quite another to come face with it. Unsurprisingly, what was happening quickly turned into commotion. The Sea Lions made it clear that the taken today. After such a hint, many vacation The Sea Lions made it clear that the taken today. After such a hint, visitors preferred to leave the area immediately. The Sea Lions made it clear that the taken today. After such a hint, visitors preferred to leave the area immediately. Preferred to leave the area immediately. The Sea Lions made it clear that the taken today. After such a visitors preferred to leave the area immediately. The Sea Lions made it clear that the taken today. After such a visitors preferred to leave the area immediately. Drivers are used to fearing low visibility, but sometimes the main danger appears literally out of nowhere. This time, the reason for the sudden braking was an unexpected kangaroo jump. Drivers are used to fearing low visibility, but sometimes the main danger appears literally out of nowhere. This time, the reason for the sudden braking was an unexpected kangaroo jump. Drivers are used to fearing low visibility, but sometimes the main danger appears literally out of nowhere. This time, the reason for the sudden braking was an unexpected kangaroo jump. Drivers are used to fearing low visibility, but sometimes this time, the reason for the sudden This uninvited guest appeared for only a moment, but the consequences of his visit will last for a long time. This uninvited guest appeared for only a moment, but the consequences of his visit will last for a long time. This uninvited guest appeared for only a moment, but the consequences of his visit will last for a long time. This uninvited guest appeared for only a moment, but the consequences of his visit will last for a long time. This uninvited guest appeared for only a moment, but the consequences of his visit will last for a long time. This uninvited guest appeared for only a moment, but the consequences of his visit will last for a long time. This uninvited guest appeared for only a moment, but the consequences of his visit will last for a long time. This uninvited guest appeared for only a moment, but the consequences of his visit will last for a long time.
Oh!
좋아. 제 타임아 그냥 꼼데.
It's hard to stay calm when several giraffes sneak into the cabin at the same time, especially if they're convinced you have something tasty.
Taco Bell. What wrong with this lust? They gave me a
The expression on your face when you realize something clearly went wrong.
What wrong with this lust? They gave me a
Missing such an obstacle wasn't easy, but she somehow managed to do it anyway. The main thing isn't that the bride, but how quickly the groom came to the rescue.
A nova vendedora de pão aí, ó.
Agility is clearly not a strong suit. She didn't even have time to see the bouquet, and now she'll have to gather it back up herself. Her strong suit. She didn't even have time to. Home workouts can absolutely be effective, especially when they test the strength of everything around rather than the muscles. And it's a good thing it wasn't at full speed, otherwise everything would have ended completely differently. Being at the epicenter of a water battle, you have to understand that staying dry is not gonna happen. It's unlikely the captain expected this trip to end in such a costly incident. A chain of unfortunate circumstances led to this car ending up in a very unpleasant trap. Perfect weddings are forgotten. Like this are retold for years. The main thing is to start confidently, and then we'll see how it goes.
If you haven't liked this episode yet, now is the best time to do it.
Zoos are supposed to be places where people can safely stand just a few feet away from some of the most powerful animals on Earth. Behind the glass, bars, and barriers, visitors expect to see lions, tigers, gorillas, elephants, and other wild creatures from a distance that feels but controlled. Every once in a while, a gate is left open, a barrier is crossed, an animal reacts in a way nobody expected, and within seconds, an ordinary day at the zoo turns into a scene of panic and fear. We are looking at the most disturbing zoo incident ever caught on camera. Let's begin. Beijing, July 23rd, 2016. It's a Saturday afternoon at Badaling Wildlife World, a safari park sitting in the shadow of the Great Wall. Families are packed into their own cars, rolling enclosures where lions, bears, and tigers roam. The whole is the danger, or rather the illusion of it. As long as your doors stay shut, you're safe. That's the promise on every sign, pamphlet, and every waiver the park hands out at the gate. One of the signs literally reads, "Cherish your life, never get out of your car." A young woman named Zhao Jing is inside one of those cars with her husband, her 57-year-old mother, and her 2-year-old child. Her husband is driving. Zhao is 32, seated in the passenger seat and by all accounts, having a rough ride. The windows are up, the AC is questionable, the air feels stuffy, and somewhere between the lion section and the tiger enclosure, she starts to feel carsick. You know that feeling where cracking a door and getting a single gulp of fresh air sounds the greatest idea you've ever had? Under any normal circumstance, completely rational instinct. Under this one, the biggest threat outside your car is 10 free-roaming Siberian, the largest cat species on Earth, and they are all technically home right now. CCTV footage from the park picks up what happens next. The car rolls to a stop. Zhao opens the door, steps out, and walks around the front of the vehicle toward the driver's side. She isn't panicking. She isn't looking around. From her body language, you could almost mistake her for a family stopping at a rest area. She opens the driver's door. A Siberian tiger, weighing several hundred pounds, has been watching the whole time. It closes the distance, reaches her from behind, pulls her out of frame in seconds. Rest area. She reaches for the driver's door. A Siberian tiger, several hundred pounds, has been watching the whole time. It closes the distance, reaches her from behind, and pulls her out of frame. Inside the vehicle, the couple's 2-year-old is in the seat, but Zhao's mother, surnamed Zhou, does not hesitate. She flings her door open and sprints toward her daughter. She reaches the tiger and tries to push it away, doing whatever she can to force it to Zhao. Then a second tiger, then a third. Zhou is overpowered by 2 other tigers where she stands. Her daughter, still being pulled away, realizes her may not survive. Finally arrive in a patrol jeep. According to the official report, park personnel spent nearly 15 minutes shepherding the 10 tigers into their pens before rescuers could reach them. Zhao's husband later told China that the nearest patrol vehicle had 1 unequipped employee inside it, whose only means of scaring off the tiger was honking the horn and revving the engine. Park's emergency response strategy. In that moment, was essentially panic parking. When staff finally reached Zhao, she was critically injured. Her mother did not survive. Her husband and child, still in the car, were unharmed. The footage was picked up by China's state broadcast CCTV, and from there it exploded. It became one of the clicked videos of 2016 in China and reached international outlets in days, and the reaction was not what Zhao expected. At first, the internet placed the blame on her. The early theory was that Zhao had gotten out of the car mid-argument with her husband, jumping around to yell at him. Commenters called her reckless and irresponsible. Some posted cruel comments about what happened. Her face was leaked. Her name was leaked. A hospital security recognized her during recovery, allegedly mocked her, and made an extremely cruel remark about the incident. Her father eventually broke the silence 3 months later. He said she had never argued with her husband. She had felt carsick and she had stepped out for air. That explanation did nothing to slow the crash. The physical injuries were serious. Zhao suffered injuries to her waist, spine, and teeth and was left with a 20-centimeter scar down her face. She had to start wearing a mask in public. Her lawyer later said she had become unemployed as a result of all the public attention. Then in November 2016, Zhao and her father filed suit against Wildlife World, initially demanding more than 1.54 million yuan, around $24,000 US. That figure was later raised 1.8 million yuan, roughly $330,000. Her argument was that the park failed to properly explain the waiver she signed at the gate, train staff for a real emergency, and failed to fast enough to help her mother in time. The park's defense was blunt. Zhao had violated the rules. She had signed the safety waiver. The signs were everywhere. The park's spokesperson, Xiao, said the park had no legal responsibility, according to the official government report, and could only offer a humanitarian fund rather than damages. The official investigation by Beijing's Yanqing district government sided with the park, concluding that this was not a workplace safety accident but the result of visitors ignoring clear warnings. The report did add that the park's emergency response training needed innovative improvements, which is a very polite Chinese government way of saying that honking during an active tiger emergency is not, in fact, a rescue plan. The park was closed for months. When it reopened on November 13, 2016, the Siberian tiger enclosure stayed shut. New rules required all self-driving visitors to lock their doors and stay at least 20 meters away from animals. The court case dragged on into 2018 without a widely reported final payout. Zhao and her family reportedly received partial humanitarian compensation, but never the full amount they sought. And this was not the first serious tiger incident at Badaling. A security guard was fatally injured at the same park in August 2014. 2 women stepped out of that car. Only one of them survived, and the one who did has spent nearly a decade trying to explain why she opened the door. In the next incident, the person who crossed the
What did they tell you if it's
but never the full amount they sought. And this was not the first serious tiger incident at Badaling. A security guard was fatally injured at the same park in August 2014. 2 women stepped out of that car. Only one of them survived, and the one who did has spent nearly a decade trying to explain why she opened the door. In the next incident, the person who crossed the barrier was barely old enough to understand the danger, and the animal trapped with him became one of the most argued about names on the internet. On May 27, 2016, Harambe celebrated his 17th birthday at the Cincinnati Zoo and Botanical Garden. 24 hours later, he was gone. He was a western lowland silverback, a critically endangered species and gentle for his size. Born at the Gladys Porter Zoo in Brownsville, Texas in 1999, he was transferred to Cincinnati in September 2014 to learn adult gorilla behavior and eventually breed. He was 400 pounds of muscle in an exhibit called Gorilla World, an enclosure that had operated without a single breach for 38 years. Every USDA inspection said it was safe. Every AZA guideline said it was compliant. Until one afternoon in late May, when a 3-year-old boy walked up to the barrier and told his mother he wanted to go in. His mother, Michelle Gregg, told him no. Witness Kim O'Connor, who was standing nearby with her niece, later told CNN she overheard the exchange clearly. The little boy himself had already been talking about wanting to go in, get in the water, and his mother is like, "No, you're not. No, you're not."
I the exchange while I'm with the little boy. "I'm going to go in." "No, you're not." "I'm going to go in." "No, you're not." The mother turns around to her other children.
Michelle turned away for a moment. Witnesses say seconds, maybe a minute, to check on the other group. And in that window, the boy climbed a 3-foot fence, crawled through 4 feet of bushes, and fell 15 feet into the shallow moat of the gorilla enclosure below. O'Connor was actually trying to photograph Harambe. She heard the splash, then a man shouting for help. Zoo staff immediately signaled for the 3 gorillas in the yard to come inside. 2 females obeyed. Harambe did not. Instead, he walked calmly down to the moat, where the child was sitting in the water, and the 2 of them made contact. For a moment, it almost looked peaceful. Multiple witnesses said Harambe seemed protective at first. Even Jane Goodall, arguably the most respected primatologist, alive, later said that from the video, it appeared Harambe was trying to shield. In one now famous still, Harambe is holding the boy's hand as he stands him upright. The Daily Mail ran a full breakdown of that exact moment, describing witness accounts that suggested the gorilla was acting properly.
Oh my God, I don't know how to go. Hey. Come here, come here. Okay. Mommy's right here. Come.
But then the crowd started panicking. Hundreds of people were now hanging over the edge of the enclosure, shouting, pointing, calling, filming. Harambe grabbed the boy by the ankle and pulled him through the water, then across the concrete and back into the moat. O'Connor, who filmed most of it, later told WCPO that what she wasn't even the most frightening of it. Another eyewitness described Harambe handling the boy like a Raggedy Ann doll. First responders from the Cincinnati Fire Department, who were already on site for an unrelated medical call, arrived to find the gorilla moving the child through the enclosure in a dangerous way, according to the official incident report.
Oh my God! Okay, everybody back up.
Meanwhile, Michelle Gregg was on the phone with emergency dispatchers. The audio, which Cincinnati police released days later, is intense. She yells to her son over and over, "Be calm, be calm," as if a 3 3-year-old sitting between the legs of a silverback has any concept of what that means.
Cincinnati 911, what is the address?
Hi, my son fell in the zoo exhibit at the gorillas. The Cincinnati Zoo. My son fell in with the gorilla. There's a male gorilla standing over him. I need someone to contact the zoo, please.
Okay, we do already have them started. We do already have help started there, okay? How old
Okay,
is the child?
Isaiah, be calm. Be calm. Be calm.
How old
Be
is the
calm.
child?
He's dragging my son. I can't watch this. I can't.
How old
I
is your
can't.
son?
I can't watch.
Come here, let me help you out. Hello?
Can you get my eyes?
Yeah. How old is he? How old is he?
Please protect him. Please protect him. Isaiah, be calm. Be calm. Be calm. Be calm.
Oh my God.
9 minutes. How long it took from the first emergency call to the moment the child was safe. The zoo's dangerous animal response team assembled, weighed their options, and ruled out tranquilizers. Director Thane Maynard later explained that a dart in a 450-pound gorilla could take several minutes to take effect and would likely agitate him further. With the child now positioned between Harambe's legs, they made the call. A marksman was brought in, and the team made the emergency decision to use lethal force. Harambe was put down one day after his 17th birthday. The boy was pulled out, taken to Cincinnati Children's Hospital Medical Center, and released that same evening with scrapes on his head and knee and no life-threatening injuries, which, all things considered, is nothing short of a miracle. And that's when the internet lost its mind. Within 48 hours, a Change.org petition titled Justice for Harambe had gathered more than 320,000 signatures, eventually climbing past 500,000. Michelle Gregg received serious online threats. So did an entirely unrelated woman named Michelle Gregg who lived in Western Ohio, who had never been within 100 miles of a gorilla. The Cincinnati Zoo briefly deactivated its Twitter account after being flooded with harassment. Celebrities like Ricky Gervais, Brian May, and Piers Morgan all publicly criticized the decision. Even Donald Trump, mid-presidential campaign, gave his verdict, saying the zoo probably had no choice, but adding, in classic Trump fashion, it was almost like a mother holding a baby. Then came the investigations. Hamilton County Prosecutor Joe Dieters announced on June 6, 2016, that Michelle Gregg would face no criminal charges. In a recent interview marking the case's near-decade anniversary, Dieters told WCPO that in his entire career, he had never seen public reaction on this scale, including a letter delivered to his office from either New Zealand or Australia that arrived with a disturbing mark on it. The USDA, meanwhile, found something more damning. After passing its April 2016 inspection with flying colors, the Gorilla World Barrier was ruled non-compliant the day of the incident. It hadn't actually kept a member of the public out of a non-human primate enclosure, which was, technically, its entire job. The zoo redesigned the fence within weeks, adding 6 inches of height, nylon mesh to close the gaps, and 3 new security cameras. But the story there, because somewhere between the outrage and the news cycle, Harambe became a meme, and not a small one. He became one of the most enduring internet jokes of the 2010, credited satirically with everything from the 2016 US election to COVID-19 to the Russian invasion of Ukraine. In Australia, voters wrote his name onto federal election ballots. Elon Musk released an entirely real rap song titled R.I.P. Harambe. The Cincinnati Zoo eventually had to publicly plead with the internet to stop. It did not stop. On the 10-year anniversary in May 2026, the White House itself posted a tribute calling Harambe a true patriot. A decade later, and the joke still refuses to die. But under the memes, a 3-year-old survived. Because zoo staff made a decision in 9 minutes that people have been arguing about for 10 years. A critically endangered animal lost because a fence didn't do its job. A mother was villainized nationally for looking away from her child for less than a minute. Something, as the prosecutor pointed out, nearly every parent has done, and an entire species lost one of its most viable breeding age males in captivity. Whether Harambe was trying to protect the boy, or becoming a serious danger to him, is something even primatologists still can't fully agree on. Our next case is even harder On May 27, 2016, Harambe celebrated his 17th birthday at the Cincinnati considered is nothing short of a miracle. And that's when the internet lost its mind. Within 48 hours, a Change.org petition titled Justice for Harambe had gathered more than 320,000 signatures, eventually climbing past 500,000. Michelle Gregg received serious online threats. So did an entirely unrelated woman named Michelle Gregg who lived in Western Ohio, who had never been within 100 miles of a gorilla. The Cincinnati Zoo briefly
How old is he?
Isaiah, be calm. Be calm. Be calm. Be calm.
Oh my God.
9 minutes. That's how long it took from the first emergency call to the moment the child was safe. The zoo's dangerous animal response team assembled, weighed their options, and ruled out tranquilizers. Director Thane Maynard later explained that a dart in a 450-pound gorilla could take several minutes to take effect and would likely agitate him further. With the child now positioned between Harambe, they made the call. A marksman was brought in, and the team made the emergency decision to use lethal force. Harambe was put down one day after his 17th birthday. The boy was pulled out, taken to Cincinnati Children's Hospital Medical Center, and released that same scrapes on his head and knee and no life injuries, which, all things considered, is nothing short of a miracle. And that's when the internet lost its mind. Within 48 hours, a Change.org entitled Justice for Harambe had gathered more than 320,000 signatures, eventually climbing past 500,000. Michelle Gregg received serious online threats. So did an entirely had gathered more than 320,000 signatures, eventually climbing past 500,000. Michelle Gregg received serious online threats. So did an entirely unrelated woman named Michelle Gregg who lived in Western Ohio, who had never been within 100 miles of a gorilla. The Cincinnati Zoo briefly deactivated its Twitter account after being flooded with harassment. Celebrities like Ricky Gervais, Brian May, and Piers Morgan all publicly criticized the decision. Even Donald Trump, mid-presidential campaign, gave his verdict, saying the zoo probably had no choice, but adding, in classic Trump fashion, it was almost like a mother holding a baby. Then came the investigations. Hamilton County Prosecutor Joe Dieters announced on June 6, 2016, that Michelle Gregg would face no criminal charges. In a recent interview marking the case's near-decade anniversary, Dieters told WCPO that in his entire career, he had never seen public reaction on this scale, including a letter delivered to his office from either New Zealand or Australia that arrived with a disturbing mark on it. The USDA, meanwhile, found something more damning. After passing its April 2016 inspection with flying colors, the Gorilla World Barrier was ruled non-compliant the day of the incident. It hadn't actually kept a member of the public out of a non-human primate enclosure, which was, technically, its entire job. The zoo redesigned the fence within weeks, adding 6 inches of height, nylon mesh to close the gaps, and 3 new security cameras. But the story didn't end there, because somewhere between the outrage and the news cycle, Harambe became, and not a small one. He became one of the most enduring internet jokes of the 2010, credited satirically with everything from the 2016 US election to COVID-19 to the Russian invasion of Ukraine. In Australia, voters wrote his name onto federal election ballots. Elon Musk released an entirely real rap song titled R.I.P. Harambe. The Cincinnati Zoo eventually had to publicly plead with the internet to stop. It did not stop. On the 10-year anniversary in May 2026, the White House itself posted a tribute calling Harambe a true patriot. A decade later, and the joke still refuses to die. But under the memes, a 3-year-old survived because zoo staff made a decision in 9 minutes that people have been arguing for 10 years. A critically endangered animal lost his life because a fence didn't do its job. A mother was villainized nationally for looking away from her child for less than a minute, something, as the prosecutor pointed out, nearly every parent has done, and an entire species lost one of its most viable breeding age males in captivity. Whether Harambe was trying to protect the boy was not a child. For most people, a trip to the zoo means overpriced ice cream, a screaming toddler on the loose, and maybe 15 seconds of eye contact with a bored elephant. For the crowd at Berlin Zoo on Good Friday, April 10th, 2009, it turned into something they would never unsee. It was feeding time at the polar bear enclosure, and that is the main event. When you have polar bears, the keepers stand safely on the outside wall, tossing chunks of meat over the barrier while 4 enormous predators lumber toward their lunch. Nobody gets in the water with a polar bear. Even the keepers who raise them from cubs know better than that. Then a 32-year-old woman climbed the fence. She pushed through a row of prickly hedges, scaled the concrete perimeter wall, a wall that, according to NBC News and every reporter who came to inspect it afterwards, was only 3 feet tall, and she jumped straight into the icy moat below. She adjusted and began swimming toward the rocky island. In the middle, where the 4 adult polar bears were finishing their meat. This was not the famous Knut, the world-famous cub who was still being fed by hand at the time. These were his older, larger, considerably less Instagram-friendly cousins. At first, the bears barely noticed. They were busy eating, but polar bears are the largest land predator on Earth. Their curiosity is measured in tons. Within seconds, one of the adults lifted its head, spotted the small pink shape struggling in the water, and slid off the rocks after her. Onlookers realized what was happening at roughly the same time she did. She turned around and started paddling back toward the wall, but polar bears are elite swimmers. In the wild, they cross open Arctic water for hundreds of miles at a time. In a zoo moat, they can close the gap in one push. The bear reached her. Then it made contact. According to NBC News reporting from April 13, 2009, she was injured several times on her arms, legs, back, and hips. ABC News reported that the animal repeatedly grabbed at her lower body while she struggled in the water, and Good Morning America aired the footage the following morning. Berlin Zoo Zoos are supposed to be places where people can safely stand just a few feet away from some of the most regardless of the height of the barrier, which is hard to argue with on paper. It also means the exact same 3-foot wall was still standing there the following weekend, daring the next visitor to try again. Some captive animals endure years of mistreatment. Tilikum became the name that forced the world to look closer. 22 years, 3 fatal incidents, and 1 industry-shaking documentary later, people finally began asking whether a 12,000-pound apex predator belonged in a concrete pool at all. This is the story of one of the most controversial orcas in captivity history. Tilikum's story started with a net. In November 1983, off the eastern coast of Iceland at Berufjordur, a purse seine crew scooped up a 2-year-old male orca and separated him from his mother's pod. He was about 13 feet long, calm and utterly clueless about what came next. He spent the next 11 months in a concrete holding tank at Hafnarfjordur Marine Zoo near Reykjavik, learning to eat prepared fish from human hands. In November 1984, he was shipped to Sealand of the Pacific, a struggling marine park in Oak Bay, just outside Victoria, British Columbia. Sealand was, to put it politely, a deeply troubling environment. Trainers reportedly used withheld food as a form of control. Tilikum was housed with 2 much larger females, Haida II and Nootka IV, who quickly dominated him inside the tank. They left rake marks on his skin, injured him, and controlled every corner of the space. When performances ended each night, all 3 whales were crammed into a metal-sided module roughly 26 feet across and 20 feet deep, and kept in the dark for up to 14 hours. Tilikum developed stomach ulcers before he was old enough to drive. Then, on February 20th, 1991, a 20-year-old marine biology student and part-time trainer named Kelty Lee Byrne slipped on the edge of the pool right after a show, likely because of her rubber boots. She fell in. All 3 orcas moved toward her. Byrne surfaced 3 times over roughly 10 minutes, calling for help and trying to climb out. The whales pulled her back under each time. Sealand staff threw her a life ring, but the orcas kept it away from her. Witnesses said the animals treated her almost like an object in the water. It took 2 hours to recover her. The inquest ruled her passing an accident. Sealand's own whale expert, Paul Spong, testified that the whale's behavior was almost certainly caused by extreme sensory deprivation. Within months, Sealand announced it was closing and put all 3 whales up for sale. When SeaWorld heard a 12,000-pound bull orca was on the market, they didn't ask a lot of follow-up questions. SeaWorld's application to import Tilikum was approved on January 8, 1992. He was on a plane to Orlando the next day. Trainers at SeaWorld were reportedly told that Byrne had passed from hypothermia. As you might imagine, that turned out to be far from the full picture. At SeaWorld Orlando, Tilikum settled into his new role, the biggest orca in captivity and the company's most valuable breeder.
I'll also point out a couple of tools that Dawn is using while working with Tilikum here for you guys. Number 1 tool that she's using is actually that fish that she's throwing to Tilikum right now. That, believe it or not, is a tool in animal training. It's called a reinforcement, or excellent job. That's a beautiful song. You can imagine that sound traveling very well underwater.
Over his lifetime, he'd sire 21 calves. At one point, more than half of SeaWorld's orca population carried his genes. Trainers weren't allowed in the water with him for the underwater waterwork routines other whales did, but SeaWorld never really explained why. His new trainers would only piece that part together years later. Then came Daniel Dukes. On the night of July 5th, 1999, the 27-year-old drifter from South Carolina somehow slipped past security, hid inside the park after closing, stripped down, and got into Tilikum's pool. What happened over the next several hours has never been fully explained, because SeaWorld says there is no security footage. What is documented is this. At around 7:20 the next morning, staff found Dukes unresponsive across Tilikum's back as the orca swam laps around the tank. His swim trunks had been damaged along the lower seams. Divers later recovered evidence from different corners of the pool. The official report noted extensive injuries consistent with rough handling in the water. SeaWorld's official position was that Dukes passed from hypothermia and drowning. Almost everyone else concluded that Tilikum had, at minimum, handled him dangerously. His parents filed a lawsuit 2 months later, then dropped it. The story vanished from the news within a week. Dukes had been unhoused, the park was powerful, and nobody in 1999 was ready to take on SeaWorld. That would change 11 years later. On February 24, 2010, veteran senior trainer Dawn Brancheau was working the Dine with Shamu show at Shamu Stadium. Brancheau was 40, blonde, endlessly patient, and literally the poster girl for SeaWorld. Her face was on billboards all over Orlando. She had been a trainer for 15 years, ever since a childhood family trip to SeaWorld convinced her this was what she wanted to do with her life. The show ended. Brancheau lay down on a shallow slide-out ledge just under the surface for a relationship session, rubbing Tilikum's face while diners watched through the giant glass wall. Then the situation changed instantly. Witnesses would later disagree on whether he grabbed her by her ponytail, which was SeaWorld's version, or by her arm, which is what most of the crowd actually saw. Either way, he pulled her in.
SeaWorld guests had their cameras rolling during the Dine with Shamu show back in February. Of 2010. In the moments before she was pulled into the pool and killed, Dawn Brancheau was dancing with the whale, tossing water and fish at Tilikum. To guests, it appeared her comfort level around Tilikum was huge. At one point, Brancheau was on a shallow ledge right in front of the whale. It was shortly after this footage, Brancheau was grabbed. No other video has been shown in...
What followed was extremely distressing. Tilikum shook her, dragged her across the pool, and briefly let her go. She tried to swim to the edge. He grabbed her again. Trainers set off callback tones, slapped the water, and threw fish. Nothing worked. For approximately 45 minutes, the 12,000-pound orca refused to release her, moving from pool to pool through the stadium's connected tanks, while staff tried desperately to regain control. Staff finally guided him into a smaller medical pool and recovered Dawn. Brancheau passed away from drowning and severe blunt force injuries. She had sustained multiple serious injuries. The official medical report is publicly available through the Florida District 9 Medical Examiner's Office if anyone needs to verify, though it is a very difficult read. Instead of removing Tilikum from the program permanently, SeaWorld kept him. He was too valuable. He kept breeding. He was returned to shows in 2011, performing the Big Splash finale from behind a barrier. But the story didn't stay quiet. In 2013, director Gabriella Cowperthwaite released the documentary Blackfish, which traced Tilikum's life from Iceland to Orlando using ex-trainer testimony, home video, and Brancheau's story. It aired on CNN, landed on Netflix, and created a major public backlash. Southwest Airlines cut their partnership. Willie Nelson, Barenaked Ladies, and Heart pulled scheduled performances at the park. Corporate sponsors walked away. SeaWorld's stock price fell sharply. 2 CEOs left within 5 years. The company launched a defensive marketing site called SeaWorld Cares, which had roughly the same effect on the outcry as a bandage on a broken window. In March 2016, they announced they were ending the orca breeding program entirely. Tilikum's generation would be the last generation of SeaWorld orcas. The Federal Occupational Safety and Health Administration had already stopped trainers from performing water work with orcas back in 2010, hitting SeaWorld with 3 citations and a $75,000 fine after Brancheau's fatal incident. Every appeal failed. In one dissent from a related legal case, then-Judge Brett Kavanaugh went out of his way to note that Brancheau had known the risks. It didn't help SeaWorld's case. No trainer has entered a pool with an orca for a show since that day. Tilikum spent his last years floating listlessly in a back tank with infections, chewing on concrete out of boredom. Former trainer Jeffrey Ventre, who is now a medical doctor, described what he saw as classic institutional isolation. Humans in isolation, he pointed out, or chimps in isolation, begin to act abnormally. And that, he said, is exactly what happened here. It ended in 3 fatal incidents involving human beings. On January 6, 2017, Tilikum passed away at approximately 36 years old. SeaWorld cited a persistent bacterial lung infection. He was the largest orca ever kept in captivity, 22.5 feet long, 12,500 pounds, with a completely collapsed dorsal fin. He had been involved in 3 fatal encounters, and he had also arguably helped change the future for every orca that will come after him. His name, in the Chinook jargon of the Pacific Northwest, means friends, relations, tribe, common people, every one of which was taken from him when he was 2. Naomi Rose, an orca biologist with the Animal Welfare Institute who studied Tilikum for years, put it about as clearly as anyone has. She didn't think Tilikum intended serious harm during the first 2 incidents. She thought that looked like play behavior that ended in drowning, but the 3rd incident, she said, was different, and nobody, she added, will ever really know what was going on in his head. The only fair answer is probably the one his own name gives you: a pod, a family, a tribe, taken from him at 2 years old and never given back. In July 2019, a chimpanzee named Yang Yang at the Hefei Wildlife Park in China's Anhui province had lived there for more than a decade. "12 years old, adult male, described by staff as gentle. That description held up right until the moment it didn't. On that Friday morning, a bamboo tree had either fallen or grown at exactly the wrong angle inside his enclosure, and it gave him exactly what he needed. He climbed the bamboo like a ladder, pulled himself over the wall, and dropped down onto the visitor pathway. The zoo director later admitted that the bamboo was how he managed to get out. That is where the CCTV caught a full-grown chimpanzee walking down the visitor pathway. Visitors turn, then they freeze, then they run. The clip picks up again at the main gate. Workers and guests pour out through the entrance in a rush, and Yang Yang follows them at a jog, close enough to worry anyone nearby, but not fast enough to look like he's chasing. Then he saw a keeper. The clip that went viral shows a zoo worker standing near the gate with his arms out, trying to block the chimp's path. Yang Yang doesn't slow down. He doesn't try to go around him. He plants his hands, lifts his legs, and delivers what viewers later described as a powerful kick to the worker's upper body. The keeper falls to the ground. Yang Yang keeps moving. To be fair to the keeper, most of us wouldn't fare any better. Chimpanzees are pound for pound far stronger than an average adult human, and Yang Yang wasn't asking for permission. Zoo officials later confirmed the worker was okay, which is honestly the best case scenario when a primate decides that you are the door. From there, the situation became more serious. Park staff radioed for backup and started remaining visitors out of the park. Local authorities were called in, and specifically a specialized unit was requested, the Black Panther unit, part of Hefei's special response team. He didn't make it easy on them either. Instead of staying on ground level where he could be surrounded, Yang Yang climbed. He scaled the side of another animal enclosure. and settled himself on the roof, looking down at the officers gathering below. He sat up on that roof for a while, apparently assessing his options. By the time the response team was fully in position, Yang Yang had been on the loose for close to 3 hours. Officers waited for the right moment, and eventually, an officer from the Black Panther unit loaded a tranquilizer dart, aimed for the shoulder, and released it. The dart hit. Yang Yang reacted loudly, reached over and pulled the dart out of his own arm like a splinter. If the sedative had failed to take, this story would have had a very different ending, but it didn't fail. It just took a minute. Yang Yang stayed up on the roof. His movements got slower, and eventually he lay down and went to sleep. Staff brought a stretcher up, carried him down, and returned him to the enclosure he had left 3 hours earlier. No visitors were hurt. The keeper walked away with only a bruised ego, and one imagines a very memorable incident report to fill in. And there is a small, weirder detail. A few months after Yang Yang's escape, another chimpanzee at the same park, a female named Wan Xing, described in reports as Yang Yang's partner, was filmed holding a cigarette that visitors had allegedly thrown into her enclosure. The clip went viral for entirely different reasons. Zoo staff downplayed the incident. One worker told the paper, essentially, that a single cigarette wouldn't hurt her because humans can smoke for decades. That quote did not go over well. Between the gate-crashing male chimp and the cigarette-holding female chimp, Hefei Wildlife Park had, by the end of 2019, accidentally introduced the internet to the most human-behaving chimpanzee couple in captivity. Yang Yang himself, according to later statements from park director Zhan, made a full recovery from the sedative and was reported to be living happily and healthily back in his enclosure, presumably with the bamboo situation reassessed. Whether he ever tried again is not public knowledge, but the incident is still regularly cited in Chinese state media whenever the topic of animal enrichment or enclosure design comes up. The San Diego Wild Animal Park was doing what it does best on the afternoon of January 31st, 1989, and somewhere in the Elephant Show area, a 21-year-old rookie keeper named David Saomarcos was pushing a wheelbarrow of manure across the enclosure. He wasn't performing. He wasn't standing near her. He wasn't even, according to park officials, doing anything to provoke her. Cindy was not just any elephant. She was an 8,000-pound Asian cow elephant with a reputation that followed her from state to state.
One of her favorite times during the day is her bath times. We usually give them 2 to 3 baths each day. They have really rough skin, so we do our best to keep it moisturized. We have a special soap that's made just for them. Their skin all can moisturize out. All the elephants we have do different tricks. Each elephant likes to do different things. So Cindy, one of her favorite things is to stand up on her hind legs.
She had been born in Thailand in 1962, flown to the United States in the belly of a Boeing 707 when she was 6 months old, and passed from owner to owner until she ended up as the star attraction of the Point Defiance Zoo in Tacoma. There, one elephant expert had called her one of the most unpredictable elephants he had ever seen, and possibly one of the highest risk animals in the country, which is quite the LinkedIn recommendation. By the time she arrived in San Diego on a breeding loan, her file was thicker than most resumes. She had already thrown a Tacoma keeper 6 feet through the air with her trunk, broken his glasses, and left him badly shaken. He later described it as the most terrifying experience of his life, which, given the size of the animal involved, feels like restrained phrasing. The zoo's own veterinarian in Tacoma once tried to treat her and reported that she picked him straight up off the ground, and that if another keeper had not been in the room, the situation could have ended very differently. None of this was printed in Park's promotional signage. On the day of the incident, David was moving through the enclosure with his wheelbarrow when Cindy suddenly turned and rushed toward him. Her trunk swung in wide, heavy arcs. Her front legs moved forward with force. He tried to scramble backward, but there is nowhere to scramble to when the animal in front of you is the size of a Sherman tank. She struck near him with her legs and trunk as he tried to get away, and he wound up falling into an 8-foot deep moat. He landed at the bottom with a broken collarbone and minor cuts across his body. He made it out alive, but only just. He was taken to Palomar Medical Center in fair condition. Park spokeswoman Martha Baker was the first to speak publicly, and her statement remains one of the great early examples of corporate elephant PR. She said there was no explanation for what caused the incident, and that he wasn't even near her, which would have been a perfectly convincing narrative if a visitor named Sonny Angel had not been standing in the crowd with a very different account. According to her, David had been using a hook on the back of the elephant's legs when Cindy turned on him. As Sonny told the San Diego Union, it seemed a little bit dangerous to go behind the elephant and do that. Then came day 2. The next morning, another keeper named Bob Potvin walked into Cindy's line of sight, also pushing a wheelbarrow. And Cindy, who had apparently developed a specific and lasting grudge against manual labor equipment, moved toward him too. She went after Bob Potvin, crushing his wheelbarrow as he escaped unharmed. The park placed her in isolation. Not because they were punishing her, they clarified, just to keep her away from anyone else who might be considering a career in elephant care. At this point, the story stopped being about one incident and started being about the environment that produced it. In February 1988, exactly 1 year earlier, an African elephant named Dunda had been restrained and roughly handled by keepers during a routine transfer between facilities. The story broke publicly. Animal rights groups descended on the park. 6 of the park's 11 elephant keepers, some of whom received serious threats over their handling of Dunda, quit their jobs. None of the 6 keepers who replaced them had more than a year's experience handling elephants. David Sao Marcos was one of those replacements. So was Bob Potvin. In 1 year, the park had swapped out most of its senior elephant staff for people who could not legally rent a car and then handed them a wheelbarrow and pointed them toward one of the unpredictable elephants in the country. According to zoo spokesman Jeff Jewett, the consequences from the Dunda affair had made keepers hesitant. He said Cindy had always bullied keepers, and now she was getting...
Hey, I'll...
The story broke publicly. Animal rights groups descended on the park, who could not legally rent a car and then handed them a wheelbarrow and pointed them toward one of the most unpredictable elephants in the country. According to zoo spokesman Jeff Jewett, the consequences from the Dunda affair had made keepers hesitant. He said Cindy had always bullied keepers, and now she was getting away with it more, which made her, which is essentially the corporate saying she sensed hesitation and took advantage of it. A U.S. Department of Agriculture veterinarian was dispatched to investigate. The American Association of Zoological Parks and Aquariums began a nationwide review of elephant handling guidelines, which even they admitted were vague. And Cindy, the animal at the center of 2 federal investigations in a single calendar year, was slated for transfer to the Syracuse Zoo in New York for breeding purposes in about 2 months. The press strategy had essentially become, send the elephant on maternity leave and hope everyone forgets. They did not forget. Cindy's story kept going. The San Diego breeding loan produced no calf. She spent 7 years in San Diego, then 2 years at Washington Park Zoo in Portland, before returning to Tacoma. And by then she had built a resume of confirmed incidents involving keepers across 3 states. In late 1992, the Seattle Times ran a piece confirming that the 30-year-old Asian elephant had a notoriously unpredictable disposition and had been involved in serious keeper incidents at Point Defiance, San Diego, and Washington Park. The zoo eventually moved to protected contact, where keeper and elephant are always separated by a protective barrier such as a metal screen or a restraint chute, largely because of animals like her. Cindy passed away on November 19, 2002, at Point Defiance Zoo, with the official cause described as arthritis, which, for an elephant who had spent decades pushing keepers to the edge, feels almost peaceful. David Sao Marcos survived, recovered, and in what has to be one of the real career pivots, went on to appear as himself in an Animal Planet documentary episode called Elephant Attack in 2008, telling his own story on camera. The next incident is disturbing for a different reason because the danger began in the visitor area, in front of a family who had no warning at all. On the afternoon of the 18th of June 2026, a mother took her 3-year-old son to see the animals. 20 minutes later, he was inside a crocodile enclosure. The zoo is on a working farm in Old Hurst, a tiny hamlet near Huntingdon in Cambridgeshire. It's been in the Johnson family for 4 generations, run today by Andy and Tracy Johnson. In 2006, it became the UK's first crocodile farm. The original idea was honestly unusual for a family day out. The zoo began because they wanted to use crocodiles for the environmentally friendly management of non-viable farm livestock. 2 decades later, Andy Johnson had contributed to a European published dossier on crocodilian farming, welfare and husbandry, and the Tropical House holds one of the largest crocodile collections in the country. Not exactly the corner of Cambridgeshire you'd expect to find 12 species of powerful reptiles. But here we are. The building where it happened is called the Tropical House. Visitors walk up a tall wooden ramp onto an elevated walkway, then look down into large pools of crocodiles surrounded by lush tropical vegetation. Cuban crocodiles, Nile crocodiles, dwarf caimans, broad-snouted caimans, and a nursery of Nile hatchlings all sit below the deck. A 4-foot safety fence separates guests from a 15-foot drop down onto a concrete surface near the reptiles. On paper, that's fine. In practice, it depends entirely on who else is standing on the walkway with you. At around 1:30 that afternoon, that who else turned out to be a 30-year-old man from Norfolk. He had additional support needs and was on an organized trip to the zoo with a carer at the time. He was, crucially, not connected to the little boy standing a few feet away with his family. What happened next was over in seconds. The boy had been on an elevated walkway when he was taken over a 4-foot safety fence and fell 15 feet onto a concrete surface near the reptiles. He then rolled into the water and was injured by at least one of the animals. The adults ran toward the crocodile enclosure, not away from it. Zoo owner's wife, Tracy Johnson, 55, and one of their sons, Edward, 29, were hailed heroes after entering the enclosure. They pulled the toddler out and began first aid on the concrete while staff cleared the Tropical House. Cambridgeshire police were called at 1:34 p.m. The boy was taken quickly to Addenbrooke's Hospital in Cambridge in serious condition. The Norfolk man was detained at the scene in connection with the incident. He was released on bail until the 18th of September, and police said he was assessed as not being fit for interview. The Care Quality Commission said it was aware of the incident and was liaising with the organizations involved to see whether regulatory action was needed, which, in polite British regulator speak, means somebody is about to have a very uncomfortable meeting. Authorities confirmed the crocodiles were not seized or removed by police. Then came the response nobody quite expected. 2 weeks later, Andy and Tracy Johnson released a statement calling one of the most distressing incidents in the zoo's history, praising their team, the emergency services, and the surgeons at Addenbrooke's. The family's own message, released through Cambridgeshire Police, thanked the zoo staff for pulling their son out of the pen, and described their focus as his recovery through what they described as an extremely long and difficult period. The scale of that recovery is only now becoming clear. By early July, the child had undergone multiple medical procedures, including a skin graft in 2 places on his left arm. He's stable. He is still facing a long recovery. His grandmother, Lucy Lockett, launched a GoFundMe on June 30th to help the family cover costs. The fundraiser was set up to give the family financial stability while they navigated the difficult period, with any surplus donated to charities within the Addenbrooke's Trust. Within days, it had passed £23,000. By the second family update in early July, it had raised more than £62,000. And then, weirdly, the internet turned on precisely no one. The zoo wasn't buried in backlash. The Johnson family were hailed as heroes. Reviews continued to pour in. That crocodile case is one of the rare moments where zoo staff became heroes in the middle of panic. But in the final incident, the person was a zoo worker himself, and the decision that almost put him in danger was his own. At the Changsha Ecological Zoo in Hunan Province, China. On Sunday, September 24th, 2023, a worker walked into the hippo enclosure with a cigarette dangling from his mouth and a broom in his hand. Two adult bulls were already going at it in a full territorial fight, jaws snapping, water flying, the kind of scuffle that would make most people quietly walk away and file for annual leave. He did not do that. He walked in. Video of the moment spread across Chinese social media within hours and then hit international feeds through Newsflare, DNA India, and BNN Breaking. You watch the man position himself between the two hippos, apparently hoping to distract one of them long enough for the other to back off. Instead, both animals stop fighting each other and lock in on him. He turns and runs. His feet go out from under him, and he skids sideways as one of the bulls closes the distance, mouth open wide enough to swallow a football. If you have ever seen a hippo yawn, you know that mouth can open close to 150 degrees. Their large lower teeth can grow up to 50 centimeters long. Then the man uses his arms and his feet to keep the bull away. He keeps kicking. He keeps swinging. After a few tense seconds, the hippo appears to lose interest. Lower to the pile of greens that had been left out as feed and starts chomping like nothing had happened. The keeper takes the opportunity to get back on his feet. He starts backing out of the enclosure, still watching the animal. The zookeeper walked away without a scratch. That in itself is remarkable. Hippos are widely considered one of the most unpredictable large animals on Earth. and when they do decide to charge at people, the outcome is rarely good. A 2022 study published in Frontiers in Conservation Science by Van Hout and Trial found that around 87% of recorded hippo encounters involving humans had fatal outcomes. Local authorities were less relaxed about it. The Changsha Forestry Bureau launched an investigation into the incident. Their spokesperson told local outlets that zoo staff receive specific training on when it is safe to enter animal enclosures. That training, apparently, includes avoiding male hippos in mid-combat and females in heat. So, not the situation this employee walked into. The Bureau did not release the keeper's name or say whether he faced any disciplinary action, but the incident led to a broader conversation online about how much protective infrastructure Chinese wildlife parks actually have around large mammals. To understand why viewers reacted the way they did, it helps to know what a hippo actually is. Most people file them under big pond.
What did they tell you if it's...
The Bureau did not release the keepers on large mammals. To understand why viewers reacted the way they did, it helps to know what a hippo actually is. Most people file them under big pond cows. That is a mistake. Adult males weigh between 1,600 and 3,200 kilograms, and some individuals push past 2,600 kilograms with ease. They are the third largest land mammal on the planet, behind only elephants and white rhinos. Despite the bulk, they are unnervingly quick. On land, they can hit speeds of about 30 kilometers per hour, or roughly 19 miles per hour, which is faster than nearly every human on the planet in a short sprint. A grown man in work boots on wet concrete has effectively very little chance of outrunning one in a straight line. Then there is the jaw strength. A hippo's jaws can generate around 1,800 pounds per square inch of pressure. For comparison, a pops out closer to 650 pounds per square inch. Their teeth are not designed for chewing meat, but they are powerful enough to cause serious damage. In parts of Africa, National Geographic, the BBC, and the African Wildlife Foundation have all reported the widely cited figure that hippos are linked to around 500 human fatalities every year, more than lions, more than sharks, and more than most people would guess. Some newer researchers, including Van Hout and Trail in that same 2022 conservation science paper, argue the number is inflated and the real figure is closer to 40 or 50 confirmed annual fatalities. Either way, the point stands. Now imagine all of that inside a concrete pit with drainage grates and a sliding metal gate. There is nowhere for a hippo to burn off aggression the way it would in a river system. Territorial disputes still happen, and in captivity they can be triggered by nothing more than a shift in feeding schedule or a female hippo in a nearby pen. When two males decide it is time to settle it, they can damage the enclosure around them. Some zoos actually build reinforced separation gates for this reason. Changsha did have one. It just was not closed when the keeper walked in. As for the keeper himself, he has never been publicly named. Chinese state outlets did not run interviews. What we know is that he survived. He did not lose his cigarette, and somewhere in Hunan, there is a man story at every family dinner for the rest of his life. Different countries, different animals, different mistakes, but the same pattern keeps appearing. A barrier fails, a rule is ignored,
put a Sprite on top of that junk.
You got a cocktail like that?
I'm gonna cocktail that junk. Man, I'm gonna cocktail that junk, put these up. I'm gonna come down with 2 of them joints. I'm coming down 2 of them.
So if you're gonna do the strike, you might well cocktail at 9, then come back later with your other honey pack.
I'm gonna.
What you doing 2 right now?
Yeah. I ain't fine.
You that serious?
Man, listen. You heard me, you know what I'm saying? You already know what I told you. You heard me, so. Be well.
That's the one label?
You gotta walk with a dip in your dip, your hip. Right! You're out. You're out. You're out.
Hey, that's where the name come from. Yeah. That's where the name come from.
Man, you're out. But I show you.
I want to see you strike so.
Yeah, you know I'm always striking.
Over like that, they got the little thing right here.
I did it like that before, you know what I'm saying? But I'm just still trying to get to that jump, you hear me? So I can lay up there, you know what I'm saying? You heard me.
Let me see. I gotta do you like I do Toto. Let me. Let me see. All right, big who?
Big beaches, not the little one.
It's all about skill, and I just feel that, you know what, I have the skill to really cause him big problems.
Oh, he scores a knockdown!
All of these fighters thought they had Terrence Crawford figured out. They said they were bigger. They said they boxed better.
Trying to stay up! End of 1! Wow!
I'm confident I'm a much bigger guy than Terrence Crawford, and I think I've got the style to upset him.
Right hook, uppercut, sends him back. Another left hand.
But Crawford had heard all of this before.
I'm gonna break your will.
Lundy trying to fire back. That's it. Round 5.
You ain't fought nobody, man. You haven't beat anybody.
To the head and the body, and there's a combination.
And when the bell rang, all of them ended up kissing the canvas. Welcome back to Fight Story.
Like I said, I didn't feel his power. When he has power, he dropped me, you know. It is what it is, you know, I take nothing from him.
What you want to bet on it? What you want to bet on? Bet 100,000 on that. Let's bet $1 million. Easy. Let's bet $1 million. You getting that money, right? Easy. Let's bet $1 million easy. What are you talking about? There it goes.
It all started with a bet. Two of the best welterweights on the planet, $1 million, and a handshake that the boxing world would have to wait years to see honored.
The smartest thing you can do is to stay away from Terrence. That's the smartest thing.
You're a legendary promoter. I like that. You're a legendary promoter. I like that.
Trapped on opposite sides of the street, both men collected their belts in devastating fashion, Spence bulldozing through the PBC side, Crawford dismantling everything Top Rank put in front of him. Differing networks kept them apart, and the establishment was happy to downplay Bud's achievements every chance they got.
You ain't fought nobody, man. You haven't beat anybody undisputed at 140. Who you fought at 135, and who you fought at 147. Even you fought Sean Porter. Even Sean Porter said,
"What did I do to Sean Porter that you couldn't
Sean
do?"
Porter said he did not train like he should. He didn't do the things that his daddy told him to do. What are you talking about? Even his daddy said.
Spence decided the most sensible thing to do was dismiss the man he'd just agreed to fight for the undisputed championship of the world.
I'm gonna show everybody why I be breaking people. Make sure y'all tune in July 29th. It's gonna be another man down, and it's strap season time.
Little did Spence know, this would be one of the biggest humblings of his entire career.
And you know, when you talk about where's Spence going downstairs.
Crawford walked out southpaw, the first lefty Spence had seen in nearly 8 years, and he vouched for the wrong strategy.
Crawford, the jab, the shot to the body, there's a counter left from. Looking to win the vacant ring welterweight title and become the only man to be a 2-division undisputed, much more so than Crawford.
17 combination punches per round.
Double jab, good combination. There's that handspring.
The jab fencing started early, two elite operators sizing each other up, but Bud struck first.
To the head and the body, and there's a combination that drops Errol Spence!
Spence inspected the canvas for the first time in his professional life, knocked down by a pistol jab.
Vegas, round number 3. And Spence coming back.
Fighting against the lefty for the first time in a long time.
Beautiful combination there by Spence, but the counter and the speed of Crawford on display.
The hand speed difference became the story Spence couldn't stomach. Every time Errol loaded up, Crawford had already landed and reset.
Speed on display, and Spence again bothered by the offense of Crawford.
Work from Crawford, the openings.
The left hand and the left uppercut by Crawford.
The advice given to Spence, oh my.
Errol's face was becoming a catalog of bad decisions, Bud's jab clocking in every round.
Having his way with Errol Spence Jr., the jab, the left hand. And meanwhile, the countering accuracy of Terrence Crawford is sublime.
Yeah, the accuracy, the speed right now from Crawford. Really pressure enough to get Crawford off that rhythm that he's got
Counter
going
right hook and the right hand from Crawford. Every time Spence walks in, he's met with highly effective counters.
No, that's a ridiculous percentage.
Against a fellow pound for pound stalwart, no less. Comes Spence. Double jab. Beautiful counter left hands. And there's a right hook to the face of Spence by Crawford. And Crawford's accuracy just backing up Spence with these punishing shots. On his unofficial score. The counter! Just as Spence thought he landed the shot.
Seventh round was where Bud cashed his check. Quickly timed uppercut dropped Spence for the time.
The accuracy, the punishment. Errol Spence going down for the...
Before the round was even over, Spence kissed the canvas once more.
continues to pop. Spence's head back to right hook. Has him in trouble again.
And Crawford himself landing, oh my.
Another counter right hand. And another right hook to left. That jab continues to be a nightmare for Errol Spence. And again, I mean, the way Spence reacts to being hit. The jab, the uppercut, and the counter right hook. The left, the right, Errol Spence on inline skates. And the referee has intervened.
By the ninth, Spence was absorbing punishment like a broken pinball machine. Banged up and out, Crawford had become the first undisputed welterweight champion since 2006. Bud had a point to prove, and 9 rounds was all he needed.
Was the timing off because of the layoff, or was the timing off because he was just...
I'm gonna beat your ass. I'm gonna beat your ass. It's gonna be bad. Because they know this bum can't sell the place out. Let's be serious. You know what I mean? He can't sell nothing out. But Hammer and Hank gonna sell everything out. You know what I mean? We gonna show up.
In 2016, the boxing world watched Crawford deliver one of the defining performances of his career. Already a 2-division champion, he defended his WBO belt against a fiery Philadelphia challenger. A man convinced his aggression could crack the champ. Crawford, usually calm and composed, showed rare emotion. The entrances said everything. Lundy strutted in with swagger and bravado. Crawford walked in like ice, focused, silent, and unreadable. He looked like a man preparing to erase someone.
Well, for Crawford, it means something totally different. I mean, he's perfected that style.
The opening round showed Lundy's plan. Fast attacks, quick counters, and pressure.
Movement from Lundy and fast hands and accurate.
For a moment, he found success, even landing a sharp left hook that got Crawford's attention.
Lundy comes to fight, and everybody that knows it knows that he's going to bring it.
And he's coming right away with power punches. His trainer, manager told us, look out when he goes from lefty back to righty because he's going in for the kill. The action-packed first round. Trading to end the round, a left hand from Lundy.
And that's what Crawford shouldn't do. He shouldn't get caught in the trading.
Like many before him, Lundy won some early moments, but Crawford wasn't bothered. He studied, he analyzed, he downloaded everything.
He's got right foot on the side of Lundy's left foot, and
well, when you beat the champ, you got to beat the champ.
That's it. That's it. Tangled up feet again.
By round 4, the tide had fully shifted. Crawford's body shots, angles, and combinations were taking Lundy apart at the seams.
That ability to
the southpaw stance doing exactly what it was designed to do, picking Lundy off, piece by piece, with the patience of a man who knew exactly how this ended.
Crawford grinning, coming in, harder attack, senses it, right to the body. Lundy swinging, wild, crazy, that's what Crawford thinks. And down goes Lundy, down goes.
Every single time.
Relationship of trainer to fighter.
Horn's tactics were painfully obvious. Move forward and hope to land something. Crawford was already 3 steps ahead, sniping him out before he got close.
Overcame to arrive to this mountaintop jab. And a good left-handed combination from the American. And Vasily Lomachenko, who vie
for that title, to be called the world's best. Tonight would be a crowning achievement to become a 3-division champion if
Crawford was correcting every fundamental mistake Horn made in real time. A masterclass delivered to a man who probably should have stayed in Brisbane.
Crawford's in control here in round 5. Now orthodox is Bud Crawford. There is the left hook, and this is where he can be most dangerous, Mark.
See him lay on that left side?
Punching between punches and a flush left hand, and here comes Bud on the attack. Half minute to go in round 8. Can he finish him? Strafing shots to the head. Horn is hurt. Body shot lands with the right hand as well. Oh, nearly floored him there on the bell of a dominating 8th round.
In the 9th, Crawford put Horn out of his misery. Class dismissed.
Big left hand, right hook, uppercut, sends him back. Another left hand and a knockdown score. What Crawford does with it. Here he comes. Backs him up with a left hand again. Horn's in the corner. Uppercut lands. Crawford on the attack. That's it. It's over. It's over.
Weight division, which I feel more comfortable at, I feel I have his number, and I think I could do really well against him. It's all about skill, and I just feel that, you know what, I have the skill to really cause him big problems.
Would he be best served stance-wise here early on, gentlemen?
Right from the first round, Bud showed Khan levels.
Oh, he scores a knockdown. Bud Crawford with a first.
Clearly hurt from the knockdown, Crawford nearly had him out as he did the chicken dance.
Trying to stay up. End of 1. Wow. There's a lead right hand from Crawford, and he comes with another sweeping punch.
Crawford switched stances effortlessly and pieced him up again. Khan had no answer for any of it.
Knockout in the 5th against former title challenger Edis Tatley. What a night it's already been. Gets the body, goes upstairs, says that was low, does Khan. Crawford really doesn't care. He's on the attack.
Crawford had Khan's number and was dialing repeatedly.
Trying to set the right hook up. Goes to the body again, and then doubles it up with the left hand and goes upstairs as he's orthodox stance now. And clubs with a right hand, sweeps across the belt line, looks for glory, lands on the left to the body.
2 different pedigrees, and he's doing the best he can with what he has. It's the best way I can describe it.
Khan says, come forward, Bud, come forward.
Watch the sweeping backhand. Terrence Crawford, he's setting it up.
There it is. And there's a looping right as well. This is what Crawford loves. He loves finding the solution.
The massacre continued until the 6th. Crawford landed a low blow, and Khan decided this was the perfect timing to bow out.
I think it's low blow.
Without taking the full 5 minutes to recover, Khan waved it off from the stool. The crowd booed. Amir Khan had quit.
It was a pleasure to be in the ring with him. I mean, he's a great fighter, and obviously a lot of people. I give him a lot more credit now than now I've spent time in the ring with him. He's a very good fighter.
Andre, how does a fighter like Benavidez control his emotions in what's been a very emotional week?
The bad blood ran deep. For years, Jose Benavidez Jr. had been chasing Crawford, demanding the fight, calling his name, and refusing.
He may wake up because I'm going to beat his ass.
Terrence Crawford stood on the opposite side of that arc. By 2018, he wasn't chasing anything. He had already conquered 140 pounds, ruled as an undisputed champion, and cemented himself as a pound-for-pound great. The hostility deepened at the weigh-in. where Benavidez's shove nearly ignited a full brawl on stage.
I'm in his head, and I hope he swings faster than what he swung today because I seen that punch coming a mile away, and I hope he puts more power into it too because that was a punch he's threw.
By the time fight night arrived, there was no mistaking it. This was no routine title defense. This was a feud that had crossed every line until only the ring was left to settle it.
Welterweight championship of the world.
He wants Crawford to come forward and attack.
Crawford giving him a smile and a little nod of the head when he went with that jab to the body.
Benavidez came forward hard and early. Big frame, pumping jab, and absolutely no idea that Crawford's jab was about to become his most frequent visitor.
Comes in with a straight left to the body that scores here.
Concentrate for 36 minutes and figure it out in there.
Good exchange.
The combinations followed, head, body, head. Benavidez's defense perpetually one postcode behind, guessing wrong at every turn.
There he works his way to the inside and included yet another body punch.
Right knee is the knee that was shot. A bullet went through the femoral artery. It fractured the bone.
You said, watch out for that right hand. Tried to go to the body there, but went up top. Now he comes sweeping across that belt line. It's not going the distance. I can't let that happen here in his hometown. Guy who sits #1 atop so many pound-for-pound fighter in the world list.
This is more than most people imagine. From Jose Benavidez, but it's not more.
Crawford on the way out. Crawford had a tendency of doing so.
By the middle rounds, the body shots arrived, each one a receipt for something Benavidez had said in the buildup. The bravado chipped away punch by punch. The crowd felt it before Benavidez did.
And I think Bud is in a great place.
He came in, and Bud came at him. Crawford, 3-punch exchange, including. Crawford comes in, left hand, right to the body. Good exchange to close out the 8th.
Late in the fight, there was nowhere left to hide. Crawford owned the distance, won every exchange, and beat Benavidez to every single punch. His confidence, once loud enough to fill an arena, had gone very quiet.
There it is again.
Sacked off balance.
Then came the 12th.
Stand this fight, Ella.
Crawford gets him.
Crawford loaded up and fired an uppercut that had absolutely no business being that clean.
Half a minute to finish him awaits. Let's see how he goes about it. Best in the world. At home. Is he the finisher they all expect him to be? He is. What a huge right hand.
Crawford had answered believing he could be the man to take the throne.
Listen, I've got no excuses. I'm 100% ready for this fight.
Okay.
I'm a naturally bigger guy, come from lightweight up to welterweight. I've campaigned at middleweight, light middleweight. You know, listen, you know that...
You're in my weight class now.
Yeah, I mean, you're in my weight class. This is my weight class.
Round number 1, and Dre, I offer you this.
Brooks started the fight sharp. Tight guard, fast jab, clean timing. His right hand found a home early, catching Crawford as he tried to read the rhythm.
It's just foundation, but his jab right now.
Crawford looking to close that gap as he goes southpaw for a moment, doubles up the right-hand jab, and then comes with a left. Good exchange here as he switches back to righty.
Crawford, as always, used the first rounds to download data. He stayed orthodox at first, looking for angles. Brook controlled distance well, stepping in behind a stiff jab that snapped Crawford's head back more than once.
Jab is giving Crawford a lot of problems right now. You see him thinking.
Fought at this 147-pound limit.
Now it's a battle for patience. Neither fighter can afford to make a mistake, and as you see, Brooks stepped in just a tad bit, and Terrence had combinations waiting on him.
Wasn't working, and he wants to see if he can get something going for the left hand.
Stop. No.
In southpaw, Crawford began disrupting Brooks' rhythm with subtle feints, step backs, and counters. The jab that had landed earlier now fell short. Brooks' entries were suddenly visible.
Land a right hand like Brooks just landed on Crawford right now.
The right hand
hands-free.
can be the best weapon.
To bully Kell Brooks, he started to fight him in close. Brooks fought back valiantly, but he really didn't have any answers for that.
Crawford.
I see some swelling already for Kell Brooks.
And there's a right hand from Crawford.
Crawford has to continue to get his lead foot outside the lead foot.
By the fourth round, Crawford's timing locked in. He caught Brooks lunging in with a perfect right hook.
And the champ gets to him.
Get over here.
Just like that.
Get over here.
Terrence Bud Crawford hits the
6,
gas.
7, 8. Come to me. You all right? Yeah. Give you a chance.
One of the best closers in the game. 27 knockouts in his career. Do we have 28 right here?
This fight is also
thundering in. Look at Crawford. Vicious attack to close it.
No.
And he stares him down.
Okay.
Just like that, the fight was over. A veteran, a former world champion, folded in seconds the moment Crawford figured him out. Brooks came in chasing redemption. Crawford sent him home with reality. One adjustment, one punch.
All in my eyes, enemies only can see my demise. Envision my downfall, it's not in my view. I only look up, I will not be subdued. Can never submit, position is grip. The mission persists like it's built out of bricks. In the gym I commit, knocking shit out of shit. Hit equipment till I lose the feel in my fists. Precision my gift, decisions are swift. At home in the ring.
I went over the rules. I want you to protect yourself at all times, and what I say you must obey. Good luck. Let's go.
eyes and binoculars, too nice life, singing by the opera house, but not in it. Just by it, someone alongside it, a long silence. A strong, vibrant, meditative song of guidance designed to raise islands of blindness. With warm regards and age kindness for today's climate in the vein. The gang meets the gang's demises and it bangs. Rises like wings on a plane, plus a pilot who can fly into the eye. Hurricane, Irish style. Same shoe in different sizes with evidence, knowledge, and the growth. Top hats and coats, tuxedos and throats where the bow ties post. Folks look past the lower class blower of the nose and tell unspoke jokes as they approach what she'll never be inside. But she holds. Really need, really need. Very beautifully, very rated. Little battle raps for you. Little battle rap, little battle rap. Really need, really need. Very beautifully alliterated. What's up? Little battle raps for you. So come on through. The unamplified, fantasized land of the soon-to-be fans of the samurai. Smile wide, got the panorama camera. If you analyze, she's in gala, glamorized. Just without the glamour or the gala ties. Man, I'm more alive with the jazz guys eating piano pies at the Vanguard. Artist and staff. A couple dollars in the band job as a half a turkey Sam, organic and it's hand carved and art. If you ask for a piece, fresh singing jazz in the streets, and the staff asked for police. Crashed at a friend's flat for a week. Felt his home as a raft on the beach. Lit a fag, took a drag, took a tea. Read a book, took a bath, went to really need, you know what I'm saying? Very beautifully, very beautifully. Little battle raps for you. Little battle rap for you. Really need, really need, really need. Very beautifully, very alliterated. Little battle raps for you. Little battle rap. Come on through. I like to welcome everybody out. Yeah. To the samurai, samurai. To the samurai.
drinking too much, the fight is over.